We're on the third stop of the 2025 National STOL Circuit. This weekend, we continue our migration westward from Missouri to the juncture of the Snake and the Malheur Rivers. Welcome to Ontario, Oregon, where our pilots have gathered to celebrate aviation at the gateway to the Backcountry. It's time for Oregon Trail STOL. Pilots and aircraft alike will have to fight the effects of the high desert heat here at Ontario Municipal Airport, maybe under the wing of an F-4 Phantom. The backcountry pilots of Idaho and Oregon, Milloway, Dory, Bushman, and Whiteley mark their return to the series in the Wilderness, Sport, and Adventure classes. John Jughead Council promises to put on yet another clinic in his 170 Bravo, and in the Unlimited class, we're set for a rare and legendary showdown with Hal Stockman, Dan Reynolds, and Steve Henry, all in the air at the same time, while relative newcomer Jared Garetson looks to continue his 2025 domination. Congratulations! You've made it to Oregon. It's gonna be a hot one. The line is painted. We're cleared for takeoff. Let's get those engines started. National STOL's Oregon Trail STOL starts right now. And good afternoon.
Oh.
Good afternoon. I was about to say good morning, AvGeeks, but good afternoon, AvGeeks. Good afternoon, STOL freaks. Welcome to Oregon Trail STOL. My name's Ryan Dombrowski.
I'm Cam Walton.
We're here to bring the STOL excitement to you today in the desert heat, in the high desert is what they call it. And man, you can tell it's going to be hot today. It's going to be dusty today, Cam. And we're going to see a little preview during practice today of what's going to happen tomorrow in competition.
Heck yeah. I'm super excited to see everything that's about to happen, especially with our West Coast pilots that we normally don't get to see with all of our Central and like East Coast competition. So yeah,
you got the Pacific Northwest Pilot Brigade that helped bring this together.
Yes,
and they're all going to be competing here in a little bit. Oregon Trail STOL here in Ontario, Oregon. We're at Ontario Municipal. Say that 5 times fast. Ontario Municipal Airport. What's really great about this airport, if you look out there in front of us, Cam, that runway, that green, beautiful grass runway, that's relatively new. They actually built that in honor of a young man that was really involved in the airport who was fighting a terminal illness, and they built it basically in his honor, and it's like a little oasis here in the sand, right? You got we're literally sitting on just desert sand, and then you got this little green patch of wondrousness out in front of us there. So great conditions for our pilots. It's still going to be super dusty because we saw the water trucks coming through all the different chunks of dirt and dust and mud flying. So it's still going to be kind of rough and tumble for our pilots in practice today. We should talk a little bit about what this is. Like, what is STOL?
Yeah. What is STOL?
Stands for Short Takeoff and Landing. And we're going to teach you a little bit about how National STOL works right now. Garetson.
Takeoff and landing competitions are simple. We have the pilots here competing in separate classes to get the lowest score possible. As you see behind me, we have the start-finish line, so let's start with the takeoff.
This runway is marked with a start-finish line, and as a competitor parks their main gear on the line, they apply power and position their aircraft to get off the ground as soon as possible. Once their main gear leaves the ground, a line judge will mark their takeoff score using the measuring line along the side. This score will be added to the pilot's landing score on this heat. The landing is in 2 parts. It's either over the line and counted, or if the pilot's main gear touches down before the line, or even touches the line, this heat score is scratched and results on a landing disqualification, and the pilot will have to rely on another takeoff and landing score to get them on the podium. A quick look at our aircraft shows we have 2 types of landing gear, tricycle and tail draggers. On the tail dragger aircraft, the score is marked from the 2 main wheels toward the front of the airplane. And for tricycle landing gear, the score is marked by the 2 main gear in the rear of the aircraft. It's a fierce competition out here, but at the end of the day, it's all about building better and safer pilots in the skies.
It's a great day for STOL competitions. Let's get it started.
So things gearing up for practice here in Ontario, Oregon. If you're following along at home or here in the crowd, Oscar, November, Oscar. Kilo Oscar, November, Oscar is where you need to search for the airport on your favorite EFB app. Maybe it's iFly EFB, or maybe you've got an old school paper sectional. Do they even make those anymore? You might have one of those. You can go check that out. We're going to be operating on runway 1533, again, in the grass adjacent to it that they've built here. The airport has some other kind of cool things going on with it. It's home of the Fighting Classics Air Museum.
Yeah, we got to see some of their aircraft outside. They pulled some of their stuff that was in hangars that we hadn't seen so far out this morning.
Yeah, last year here, I got to sit in a Sea Harrier.
That's awesome.
I barely fit. Just squeeze me in like a tuna can. They also have a seat firefighting operation that's based out here, the Forest Service, keeping the wildfires at bay. And this time of year, I don't think it's as critical. There are not as many fires they need to fight. But when we were here last year, later in the fire season, they had the single-engine air attack firefighting units just constantly running missions to battle the wildfires out of this airport. So super critical to the infrastructure. Folks, if you're at home or here in the crowd, you can go to nationalstol.com/vote. nationalstol.com/vote to vote for your fan favorite, your favorite pilot. Voting closes at the end of competition tomorrow, the end of the unlimited class. As soon as that last landing is in the books, bam, voting's closed, and we will decide and see who your favorite pilot is. Also, kind of an exciting thing while we're getting ready to fire up those first few airplanes is that we're being simulcast on live air show TV.
Ooh, yes. I like watching live air show TV. They have all the cool air shows live when I'm not there. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Live air show TV. Friends of the chat. I've anchored for them in the past, and it's so great to have kind of my two aviation content families working together. So National STOL and Live Air Show TV partnering together to bring that to you at home. You can also, of course, in the crowd here, watch us on YouTube, Facebook, all over the place. Check it out. And as we get things kicked off, looks like we have some aircraft taxiing up to the line right now to kick off practice. We want to give a big thank you to the local EAA chapter. That's chapter 837, as well as the Backcountry pilot community of the surrounding area. That's Idaho, Eastern Oregon. Those folks were super instrumental in bringing Oregon Trail STOL back for a second year. So just from us, all of us at National STOL, if you're a member of that EAA chapter, they were serving breakfast this morning for the pilots, classic EAA pancake breakfast.
And sausage.
Delicious sausages.
Sausages.
Yeah, great stuff from them. They're making this possible. So thank you to you, everyone at the EAA chapter 837, as well as we got some pilots you're going to see, like this guy taxiing up to the line right now in the local community here, making that possible.
Speaking of this guy right here, the Beast.
Yeah, so we've got the Backcountry class kicking off practice right now. You're going to see Jeff Whiteley right now. He's in a 1958 experimental Cessna 175. I haven't seen his aircraft on the circuit since Pinedale last year.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Exciting to see him. Behind him, you're going to see one of the legends of aviation, John Jughead Council, is going to be flying a 1955 Cessna 170 Bravo. And then behind him, Sean Coleman in a 1990 Taylorcraft F-22, a different kind of F-22. A little less stealthy.
It's still an awesome aircraft, though.
So race control in our ears right now is saying they're about to release them for practice, which is great. We're going to kick off some practice today. A lot of mindfulness being paid here in Ontario, Oregon with the heat, Cam. What's the weather looking like today?
Yeah, currently winds are variable at 5 knots, visibility 10 miles, clear below 12,000, and temperatures are 79 degrees currently. That's Fahrenheit. Currently, but I think we're expecting them to rise drastically.
Yeah, this weekend we've got, I believe, tomorrow as high as 100 degrees Fahrenheit forecast potentially. So it's going to be hot. So things are going to be a little accelerated today during practice in terms of trying to get the aircraft up and practicing as quickly as possible, and also making sure that everyone is safe and hydrated. And if you're here in the crowd at Oregon Trail STOL, don't forget to, be careful out there, folks. Make sure that you are hydrating. Make sure you're getting some electrolytes. Make sure you got that sunscreen on. First aircraft up to the line, Jeff Whiteley in that experimental 175.
Let's go, tail up. It's going to bring it back down and then pull.
So Jeff Whiteley off, and practice has begun this weekend here in Ontario, Oregon.
So density altitude is 3,700, and we're at 22 or 26% humidity. So it's not too bad conditions.
John Jughead Council now on the roll, dropping those flaps down a bit, get a little extra lift. Tail is up, and that was
really smooth.
in the intro package. I joked about John putting on a clinic, but you just saw one just then.
Yeah.
First takeoff of practice. Sean Coleman now at the line in the F-22. Taxiing up exactly to the line there. There we go. Got it nice and lined up for him. No, it's a little bit bigger than the tailcraft I think of.
Yeah, it looks a little longer. A little beefier. Cowling's a little different.
118 horsepower, drops those flaps.
Ooh, and he's got flaps.
And it's stuck on the runway just a little bit longer than I think he'd like. And so what Cam was talking about was that density altitude number. An easy way to think about that is, what altitude does the airplane think it's at?
Yeah.
Never mind how high we are. What's the density altitude? It's how is the wing, the propeller, the whole airplane going to perform as if it were at a certain altitude based on the heat and the humidity. Jeff Whiteley now turning left base to final. Coming in for what's going to be the first landing of the event here in Ontario. And this airplane, Cam, what do you know about this thing? It's called the Beast.
Yeah, it's got smoke. I know that much, and it's pretty famous from a photo shoot on the front that ended up on the front cover of Flying Magazine. But what do we have any engine information? Okay, 470 at 280 horsepower.
Yeah, it's got a lot going on there.
Yeah,
Slats, titanium gear. And Jeff Whiteley, by the way, accomplished pilot. Lots of airframes in his logbook, including the B-1 bomber. Here he is now, short final, cutting off the throttle. Getting heavy on those binders, breaking it up, stopping right around the, 275 mark?
Yep, sub 275 or around about.
Jeff Whiteley's takeoff was 391. Let's see what landing pairs with that. John Jughead Council now coming in on final. There he is, holding it off. Ooh, right on the line for John. Keeping that tail down pretty expertly. Get a little aerodynamic braking from that elevator in the back there. And he had plenty of ability to break there. So he's going to be coming in around the 225 mark, we think. So scores coming in now for Jeff Whiteley and John Jughead Council. Jughead is going to be in the lead for practice. Again, it's just practice. Ain't no thing. 564. Jeff Whiteley with a combined score of 659. Sean Coleman now over the grass.
Beautiful stabilized approach. Ooh, yes.
Coming in with a little bit of heat. Now he's got to get it slowed down. Gave up maybe a plane length over the line.
Yep. Well, lucky for him, he's got flaps. Whereas normal tailcraft had no flaps. Or at least like a BC-12D wouldn't have flaps.
Yeah, you'd have to slip it.
Yeah.
So, folks, you're going to get a little dusted there in the VIP area, I think, as these beasts taxi past you. So think about National STOL as almost like we're simulating. Our friend Corey Robin first gave me this analogy, right? We're simulating landing on a sandbar in the middle of the river. Jughead giving us all heart hands from the cockpit there. So we're landing in a sandbar situation, right? Imagine you're coming in to do some fly fishing, some camping on a sandbar in a river. You can't land too short. You're going to end up in the drink.
Yeah.
You can't land too long. You're going to end up in the drinks. You got to land, get it down, get it stopped. And all these aircraft you're going to see today, all different capabilities, weights, sizes, horsepower. They're all capable of doing it. What's fun about these airplanes in particular is there's some of the bigger ones, right?
Yeah.
Everything in the kitchen sink.
So what drink? Is it milk? Dr. Pepper?
What?
What drink?
Oh, the drink, into the drink.
Yes.
Cam's making a joke on me here. Yeah, the drink, the water, in the water.
You want one?
Jeff Whiteley now on the line. Look at that aerial view provided by White Squirrel Aerial Media. Full throttle for the beast. Giving it the beans, as it were.
Yeah.
Tail coming up, tail coming down, and it flies right away.
Very smooth takeoff. He did not pull too early or too late. John Jughead Council coming up to the line right now. You'll see him shifted over to the right now. He's trying to take advantage of putting his nose into the wind as much as possible. He's going to give it some throttle and slowly see the tail come up. My vision's a little obscured right now, but another smooth takeoff from Jughead.
And something interesting I just want to point out, we've got two former U.S. Air Force members flying right now.
Yeah.
Jeff Whiteley enlisted in the Air Force 1989 to 1994, worked on the B-1 bomber, F-16. Sean Coleman now getting some good flying speed, waiting for that exact nice pull for Sean Coleman. Settling down just a little bit.
I gotta take one back. You get one.
He is off into the wild blue yonder. Look at the beautiful mountains off in the distance here. We have really enjoyed our time in Ontario, Oregon. Last night we actually drove 45 minutes from the airport and ended up in a hot spring.
Yeah, hot
The
spring.
car didn't, just so we're clear. We put our bodies into it intentionally, the hot spring. We didn't end up in a hot spring. Whoopsie daisies. Beautiful. Just you're right on the Snake River there. Little hot spring action. You can kind of like adjust your distance from the shore to get the perfect temperature that you wanted. Very relaxing. Met some of the locals out there.
Yeah, the river water is 45 degrees, but they were saying that the spring water is like 130, and you can adjust the temperature in small pools. Jeff Whiteley coming over the line. You can see him locking up those brakes, tires shimmying.
So Jeff Whiteley's takeoff was a big improvement between the first and second takeoff. He went from 391 down to 333 feet.
Let's see what happens on that landing. Same thing for the landing. Went from 268 to 210.
Getting it dialed in. Speaking of dialed in, here is John, Jughead Council. A little burst of power to keep it over the line. Good over the line now. Heavy on the brakes. Keeping that tail down. He's being a little more aggressive this time. I think he's going to be in the 200-foot mark, maybe shaving almost 30 feet off there for Mr. Jughead.
Very nice. Loved hearing that little backfire as he pulled back the power, crossing the line. Sean Coleman on approach in the Taylor craft, the F-22.
You know, I wonder what the radar signature of this F-22 is versus the one that everyone else is probably thinking about. Well, he's coming in on final approach, folks. Don't forget to visit the National STOL merch booth. Got some great new merch this season, the 2025 season. Also, don't forget to go visit all the food vendors. I saw Kona Ice over there.
Oh, yeah.
I would love some Kona Ice. Maybe later today we'll be in a Kona Ice need. We'll be needing some Kona Ice. Here he is now, coming over the line. Oh, just a little short for Sean Coleman. That left main gear touching down about a plane length before the line. Still getting heavy on the brakes. Good for practice there. But that one is, now we can talk about scratching. So when you land too short,
into the drink,
into the Pepsi, into the Dr. Pepper, not a sponsor. If you land too short in your aircraft, it doesn't count. The run does not count. You can't pick and choose your best landing or your best takeoff in National STOL. It's the combined run score. So that second run for Sean Coleman, a scratch, doesn't count. He had a considerably better takeoff. If this were competition, I think he would be really wishing that he had kept that one in the books, as it were.
Yeah.
So go check out the food vendors, and also, I know it's just practice, but I know you're already falling in love with National STOL. You can follow us around the country all year long. Next up, Cam and I are going to be at the Moses Lake Air Show with National STOL. We'll be competing as part of their air show, and actually, toot our own horns, we're going to be announcing that whole air show.
Yes, sir.
You and me.
Air show announcers extraordinaires.
Going to be talking about all the aerobatic acts, all that stuff all day long. It's going to be fun at Moses Lake. Next up after, that's June 20th and 21st, by the way. Next up after that is Hartford, Wisconsin, just before the biggest air show in the world at Oshkosh AirVenture. We'll be in Hartford, Wisconsin, July 18th and 19th. Registration for those events is open. So you can register to fly, you can register to volunteer. Big burst of throttle now from the beast. Look at that tongue hanging out on the fuselage.
I'm just a big fan of straight-tailed aircraft. They just look so good, as we'll see from the Badlands Travelers later on. Today and tomorrow, some of the other classic Cessna designs.
Jughead Council now to the right of that line, grabbing a little bit of that crosswind. He's got her spooled up, getting that tail up. There we go. Flaps and a pull. Did not want to fly. He's still on the ground. So what happens if you pull a little too early, you're adding more drag back into the takeoff regime, and the airplane doesn't want to leave the ground. Sean Coleman, little burst of throttle from that Taylor Craft F-22. This aircraft is actually the factory demonstrator that Taylor Craft built. Here he goes, spinning that prop around, all 118 horsepower. Flaps down, stick back, and he's going to nurse it off as well. And I got to wonder if the elevation, the heat, we don't have a ton of wind on the nose. All those things are working together to keep them on the ground. Considerably longer takeoffs this third run of this class. Jeff Whiteley back up to near 400 feet. That was John Jughead Council's longest takeoff. Sean Coleman's second. Yeah, I mean, technically the second run was better at 396. He's at 460 now.
Yeah.
Head over to the chat. Heading over to the chat right now, right? Space Viking. Hello to the Space Viking. Noticing that the winds at Kono are showing variable at 6 miles per hour a few minutes ago. Thank you for that weather update. Here comes Jeff Whiteley now. You can see that practice graphic on the screen showing you the last run he did. Lots of throttle, holding it off, holding it off. Good over the line for Jeff Whiteley. Whoa! It's just practice, but I'm getting pumped up.
Yeah. That was really exciting. I mean, like, from our vantage point, we're right here on the line. Like, we could barely tell, like, that was a scratch or not. We knew it wasn't, but it looked really close.
Here comes John Jughead Council now. Easing it into the pocket. Good over the line. Gave up probably 75 feet.
All right, right over the line. John Jughead Council. Hey, you're saying he probably gave up?
Felt like he touched down about 175 to 100 feet past the line there, based on what I saw. So dialing it in, practice, a couple of things are happening in practice, right? You're not necessarily always going to see like top performance, aggressive takeoffs and landings at practice for National STOL. Someone like Jughead in particular, right? He's a STOL legend. He's also an American legend a little bit, right? If you look at Google him, he's done some stuff for the country, for the United States of America in the cockpit of some jets. What I think you see with Jughead is you see someone who is saying, okay, I've got 3 runs in practice. I got to learn how the grass feels. I got to see how my braking feels in my airplane. I got to see what the density altitude feels like. Obviously, the wind is nearly nil looking at the windsock right now.
Yep.
And then you're going to see him work on his sight pictures. There's Sean Coleman over the line as well.
Tapping those brakes. Yeah, I didn't see how much he gave up, but he did give up a little bit, came in a little hot. And those little tires, they're actually going to be easier to stop. Smaller tires are easier to stop than the larger tires. That's why braking is very crucial. And it looks like that is going to be the end of that heat. All right, coming up next we have the touring class. John Douglas and Rick Holman, I believe, should be coming up next. As we get a look into the pits near the windsock, which Ryan mentioned was pretty much showing nothing. Now it's starting to pick up a little bit. We're getting a couple gusts here and there. You can see our exhibition aircraft at the very bottom of your screen. I'll save that for later.
Pretty excited about that. Slight little bit of delay right now. Race control reporting to us that because of the dust, we're trying to stay ahead of that this year. There's a lot of dust over the last couple years, or last year in particular. So the water truck has been requested to kind of douse some things down to minimize the dust for the pilots. I wanted to preview something that is also going to happen tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, Kyle Bushman is going to be flying in Jeff Whiteley's plane in the Wilderness class.
Okay.
He's not here yet. That's something to look forward to.
That is going to be really awesome to see.
Heading into the touring class, which is like the certificated version of the heavies, right? So in the Wilderness class, like that Cessna 175 that you saw Jeff Whiteley, it can compete in the Wilderness class as well. Basically, those are the experimental heavies. Touring class is the certificated heavies.
Yeah.
You're going to see John Douglas flying in a 182. You're going to see Rick Holman flying a Maul. Kind of quintessential backcountry airplanes. Maybe the 180 more quintessential than the 182. Because it's practice, what's cool is you're also going to see John Douglas come out and lead the first lap around the pattern. There's that water truck dousing down the runway for us. You're going to see John Douglas go around and lead the pack for the Cub and Rookie classes. These are folks that are new to National STOL, and he's going to show them just kind of how it works and what they need to do. So that's going to be cool to see a little bit later. Even later, you're going to see some other classes. I saw a question in the chat about all the different classes. We're going to see an exhibition. Del Collar flying a Turbine Broussard. Never seen that before. That's going to be exciting to see. And then we're going to kick into the lighter, higher horsepower airplanes. So they might not have as much horsepower as the Turbine Broussard, but as we go further and further, the airplanes get more engine power and lighter. So you're going to see the sport class. These are things like the Zeniths and the Rands. Adventure class, you're going to see the Badlands Travelers, Super Cubs, Carbon Cub, EX2. Then we're going to wrap up practice today with the Unlimited class. And this is a big one, Cam. We've got Hal Stockman, Steve Henry, Dan Reynolds, all in the same place. And I don't want to forget Jared Garetson, new on the circuit relatively compared to those guys.
Yep.
And he is dropping a proverbial train on every class he competes in. He did 2 classes at St. Joe for Pony Express STOL, took both of those home. He's not messing around. So you got kind of like, I don't want to call them old timers because they're not old people, but people who are more experienced with the young man coming to unseat the more established pilots.
Yes, sir.
And here we go now. We've got that touring class coming up here. We've got John Douglas in that 1964 Cessna 182. And behind him, the other white and green airplane. Rick Holman in the 1991 Maul MXT-7. Kind of a proverbial tri-gear backcountry airplane.
Yeah, so we've seen John McCardle in his Maul, which is a tail wheel.
Right.
And now we've got the MTX with the nose gear. We'll get to have a little comparison of aircraft. I know John's not here, and on top of that, he's going to be in the Bearhawk here pretty soon, which he's been showcasing on social media. It's a beautiful aircraft. And I know he's not going all out on it by any means in any of the videos. He's not gonna show us its true performance.
Yeah, he's just getting it figured out. This guy texting with the line right now, John Douglas, he and his wife host Rocky Mountain STOL August 15th and 16th. That's later, obviously, this summer in Pinedale, Wyoming. So that's another one to put on your calendar. Relatively short flight, I think, to come here versus some of the other places that they've flown and competed in. All right. Notice the difference here with the tri-gear configuration. That elevator, big change. Nice kind of leap off the ground for John Douglas.
That was awesome.
Well done. And the Maul, same thing. So when we talk about tri-gear or nose gear versus the conventional gear aircraft you saw previously, like the 170s, the little wheel is in the front versus the back. That's the easiest way to show it. Here comes the Maul. Full throttle. Easing her off. Not quite ready, not quite ready. There she goes. Flying into the air there in the Maul. Rick Holman. And while John Douglas makes the pattern around behind the broadcast trailer, want to say thanks to one of our sponsors, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. Legendary Aviation Coffee Company is where aviation passion flirts shamelessly with the seduction of coffee roasting. It's a premier air-roasted, small-batch, single-origin, specialty-grade, direct trade with the promise of never bitter, always better, bougie coffee. You can join this caffeinated joyride and let's elevate your coffee experience to some new altitudes, because life's too short for bitter dumpster fire brews. I love the copy they sent over. That's sorry, I'm getting into it. Theater majors coming out here. You can use coupon code STOL10 for 10% off your order at Legendary Aviation Coffee Company's website. That's STOL10, S-T-O-L 10% off your order. And they, again, have been keeping us caffeinated all season long. Big thanks to them for their support.
And we can see John Douglas on downwind coming in behind the trailer. All the way from Pinedale, Wyoming, which you mentioned Rocky Mountain STOL, which is going to happen later on in the season. Really liked hanging out in Pinedale last year. It was really cool. And we were noticing how a lot of the towns, like out here out west, like kind of have the same setup with like town squares and like some of the shops and just how the downtown scene is. All right, John Douglas on short final, pulling back on the throttle. Oh, it's gonna be a scratch for John. He's not gonna be happy about that. It's got 2 more times around though. It's gonna be all right. As we see him pull off the runway to clear the runway. For Derek Holman in the nose gear Maul. Mentioning that John McCardle has a tail wheel Maul. Who's been excellent in performance in the touring class. So I'm kind of spoiled with Maul performance. We're going to see how Derek does today, even though today is practice. I can hear him bringing it in. He's going to clear the line, give up about 100 feet, get it slowed down. You can see our judges running, catch up with him. And it didn't look like he quite stopped. She's just going to continue. Wasn't happy with that.
So that's some feedback for our newcomers, right? Is that they come in and start competing. You always got to get heavy on the brakes there. You got to make sure that you are actually stopped.
Let me know when you're ready for the pilot.
You guys have a spare hand. I don't know if we have our stick mic set up. Can you give us a little pirate on how it was? We're getting some technical stuff.
And as you can see in that beautiful shot, that overhead shot brought to you by White Squirrel Aerial Media. Derek Coleman getting in position. John Douglas is now on the line. He's getting pulled up. He'll get the go ahead. He's getting power up. You see that elevator start.
You got those
moving
flaps
down.
all the way down. Grabbing as much lift as he can.
Ooh.
Nice, aggressive yank
Another
there to get
hop.
him off. That was something else. John Douglas. I want to look at some of the scores, by the way, that's been coming in here in practice. So, you know, we had kind of the heavier airplanes off first. Got some combined scores. Sean Coleman, his combined score was 923.
Derek Coleman on the go in the mall. Very smooth takeoff. He pulled at the right time.
It's always nice when you see the judges running closer to where you took off. When they have to run towards you, that's always a good feeling, except maybe you're like, oh, did they see it quite right? But that's a good feeling. That's going to be great for him to notice that they had to all move forward to get him that score. Other scores I want to just pop in from practice so far. Jeff Whiteley with the shortest so far of practice here in Ontario, Oregon, combined score of 543. It's going to be a shooting match between him and John Jughead Council tomorrow, I think. Jughead's best score, a combined score of 563. So just within striking distance of each other there. We'll see how that turns out tomorrow. And then right now we've got the two touring class competitors in the air for practice here. John Douglas had that scratch, but he's been taking off sub 400s. This last takeoff was 332. And Rick Holman, big improvement from 262 down to 224. So things are heating up here in the high desert here in Ontario, Oregon. While they're coming around the bend here, John Douglas turning base to final off in the distance there. I want to talk about another one of our sponsors. We got to talk about Flying Eyes.
Ooh.
We're both wearing our Flying Eyes right now, actually.
I definitely have mine on.
They're great. Yeah, you can see. They are prescription glasses for me. Do you do the prescription too? Yeah, under there? No, you just have the
nope.
shades.
Wearing
Yours are just
contacts
shades,
today.
but look, mine can be shades too. Bammo!
Ooh, yeah.
Thanks, Flying Eyes. Makes me feel super cool. Get that in the cockpit. They're not polarized if you don't want them to be. That's great in the cockpit as well.
Absolutely.
And then you can get your, get the prescription in there for people like me. Here's John Douglas now. Whoa! Oh, a little bit short for John Douglas. I was really excited. I thought he was going to hold it over the line, but no go. So Flying Eyes Optics, by the way, big supporters of National STOL. You can save 10% by using coupon code National STOL, all one word. National STOL, get 10%. FlyingEyesOptics.com. So big thanks to them for their support. Again, the thing we didn't even talk about this. The reason why they're so great is they fit under your headset.
Oh, we've got a yellow flag.
It looks like John Douglas found a gopher hole out in the field there. He's stuck, so we got a yellow flag. That means that the mall is going to be going around. You can always go around. Got the pilots coming out there, getting that tail pressed down, give it a little juice, and he should be out of the stuck situation that he's in.
Looks like they're trying to fill the hole.
Always replace your divots. Right? You got to always replace those divots.
Yeah, we've been walking the runway yesterday and today getting the field set up, and there's a bunch of gopher holes out there, actually, which is kind of funny. This is the only irrigated portion of the airport, so that's why the green grass is so lush compared to some of the other shots that you'll see.
Look at that. I don't know if I've ever seen that national STOL history. You've got just jumping on that chunk of turf, trying to get that piece of grass planted back down. And while that's happening, so we've got a little bit of a bigger aircraft coming in.
A little bit of a PC-12 coming in. A nice right at the seams. Had to pause to make sure it wasn't a medevac PC-12.
Oh, could be. That. They do those operations here. So while we are waiting for this yellow flag to be resolved, I want to say hi to some other folks in the chat. You have a lot of friends from STOL in the chat. Katrina's here. National STOL is here. We've got number 72, Wes Campbell, STOL pilot, saying, let's go! Also, Piper Cub pilot Joshua Ryan Blair is in the chat, cheering on Jeff Whiteley. And we've got Jackson Leonard as well. Everyone's talking about the density altitude. Now, here comes the maul. Short final over the line. Good, I think. Let's see what the line judge says.
He's going to get that stopped. Not seeing any reviews or anything, so I'm thinking it's good. As you can see, that PC-12 taxiing right now. I think that is going to be called good. We'll get your number here in just a moment for Rick Holman. 313 on that landing.
Can you see which color this one's plugged into?
Definitely puts him in a competitive spot. Combined total of 537 on that landing. And speaking of competitive, I mean, that puts him in first place right now. So unseats Jeff Whiteley.
Yeah, nice short numbers there coming in for Rick Holman.
Right. So, I mean, he's putting in the work, making them all do the things that it does best, as we've seen with other competitors, specifically John McCardle.
Yeah, so it looks like we're finishing up this yellow flag, getting ready for the next go-around here. Now that we've recovered him. And we're joined right now by one of the pilots in that first heat. John Jughead Council's with us, kind of hanging out by the booth. And John, I wonder if you could give us a little bit of a PIREP. What was it like up there today in practice?
Hot.
It's hot.
Dang hot.
It doesn't have a switch. There goes John Douglas on the roll again in the 182, yanking it off. Nice clean departure from the ground there for John Douglas. Now he's going to move those flaps back into their stowed position slowly but surely. You don't want to cut too much lift out.
Yeah.
You slam those flaps up. We've all done it, at least I did it. I'll admit to it in my Cessna, coming back from maybe a little bit of a hiatus of flying. Slam those flaps up. You lose all that lift. You settle back down to the ground. Here's the maul now with the shortest combined score so far of the day. Holding that.
See why. I mean,
Yeah, he's getting it off nice and short there. Wonder if he could have waited just a little bit longer before pulling back on the yoke.
Let's see if this is working now. Still nothing.
They're working on it. So the maul is good off the ground there, and that's going to be something to watch tomorrow. Also potentially joining us tomorrow, I'm looking at the competitor sheet here, Andrew Patry, who's also in a 182 Bravo model, a 1959 model, a little bit older than John Douglas. If he comes, he hasn't been on the circuit in a while.
Yeah.
But he knows how to give it the old 1-2 punch. So we'll see him if he shows up. That'll be really cool to see between him and John Douglas. But Rick Holman in that mall, a little bit of an edge. John Douglas now base to final. And going to see what he can put in. He's got 2 scratches on the board so far. And now we have Mr.
Maybe.
Jughead.
Are we
on
there,
the
Ryan?
board.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we got
we're
you.
here. Yeah.
Well, you were asking how it was. It's got 2 words, bumpy and hot. And this afternoon, it's going to be hot and bumpy. And I'm not talking the air. The air actually was fairly smooth. The winds are pretty much all a left, almost 90-degree crosswind, no real appreciable benefit or penalty. The ground is rough. The grass is this beautiful Kentucky bluegrass. It's about 4 to 5 inches tall, so it is thick and grabby. It's got a few clumps in it that are creating bumps, even with the 31-inch Alaska bush wheels. So you have to be careful with your braking because it's an inconsistent braking. Here comes the Wyoming boy. Oh,
Might be
that
a
might be
triple
going to the
scratch.
camera.
Yeah. If you scratch 3 times in a row, it's not a hat trick. Maybe it's, I don't know what we should call that.
Well, that's when you throw your hat on the ground out of disgust. But those were 3 really nice passes. He's so close between having 0 to 0 is a fine line.
Yeah. Just a few inches short each time there. So he's close.
But so what we were seeing is it's sticky air and it's thin air. So the takeoff rolls, I just went to 300 feet on my first one. I pulled. Luckily, it flew. I tried to get a little bit more on the first or the second one and pulled it about 275. And I noticed just as I was pulling, I hit a wet spot in the soil. I felt the airplane decelerate, and I rolled on the ground for another 250 feet. Plus.
Yeah, she did not want to fly.
And even the third one, I ended up hitting that same wet spot. So now, instead of angling, here's our maul. He's been impressive on his takeoff. See what the landing is? Oh, he's going to float that one well long. Gives up 175 feet because that's good for me to see because thankfully he's not in my class because right now he's probably beating me with the way those takeoffs are doing great.
Yeah, right now he's got the shortest score of anyone in practice with a combined score of 537 on the last one. This third one, still waiting on the numbers to come in, but it'll be longer.
So we got a little bit of inconsistencies in the landing rollout area, which is going to play tough, both for the nose gear airplanes and the tail draggers. I suspect that the wind's going to stay in this crosswind configuration, but it was fairly consistent and fairly steady, so you weren't having to fight that. That was nice. But it's going to get warmer, so who knows?
So talk to us a little bit about how are you adjusting for tomorrow now? Like one thing you were talking about is like, hey, I've got this nice turf runway, but I've got wet spots and stuff. Like, how does that change your game plan moving into tomorrow? We might have more wind, which would be helpful.
So first thing I'm going to adjust is my track. I'm going to avoid the left side of the runway, especially down around the 275-foot mark. That seems to be where that soft spot is. I'm going to go walk this runway after we're done practicing today and kind of scout some stuff out. I may actually, our PC-12 departing.
That's a cool sound. I like that.
I may actually go to a completely different flap configuration for takeoffs tomorrow. Not all of them, but if I can put 1 or 2 good ones in the book with my traditional flap routine, I very well may go to an alternate flap routine and see what it'll give me tomorrow.
And that, just for the folks at home, when you talk about an alternate flap routine, you're talking about maybe less deployed initially and different timing with how you're
Less or
activating
more,
it.
sooner or later. Yep,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
You got it.
You don't want to reveal your secrets at all, Jughead. So, by the way, let's do a little Aircraft 101. If you're new to National STOL, you're new to aviation, we're talking about flaps. Jughead's talking about flaps. What he's talking about there is a control surface that is both generating lift and drag, right? So we use them primarily in normal operations as something to help us modulate our descent rate
Right.
in the aircraft, right? So what you're doing is you're saying, hey, I need to slow down. I also need to increase my descent rate to make it easier to land on a given field. So we've got the flaps. Those are the inboard on the inside of the aircraft's wing. Not all airplanes have them. Like your Champ doesn't have them. The J3s I fly don't have them. We got to slip it. It's a whole thing. We'll tell you about that later. We drop the flaps down, and then you got this extra curve on the wing. The wind is going to hit it. It's going to give you more lift over the top, and then it's also going to, that big old thing hanging down, we call them barn doors, right?
Barn doors.
The barn doors hanging down. It's going to create a lot of drag as well. You can use that lift function of the flap on takeoff. So that's what Jughead was talking about, and he had to go check something else out over there. I think he's going to go judge the next round of practice. But what he's talking about when he's saying, I'm going to do more or less sooner or later, what he's talking about is like, when am I activating the flap to get the right amount of lift at the exact right time? Because even though they're making drag, if you play it right on your takeoff, you can pop those flaps down, a little burst of lift,
Right.
and help you get off the ground sooner. And once you're off the ground, you can stay off the ground in ground effect. Man, we're every sentence I say, I want to explain a new thing. But so ground effect basically is the airplane flies more efficiently closer to the ground.
Correct.
So if you're off the ground in ground effect, now you can build up speed without the Kentucky bluegrass dragging you down and then off into the wild blue yonder. So, sorry, that was a long-winded explanation on flaps. It's one of the control surfaces on an airplane that the STOL pilots in particular use aggressively during takeoff.
And landing.
And, well, obviously in landing,
Not aggressively during landing, though.
No, they're just using them. But I think it's different than normal ops, right? If you think about like the flying that I do in Milwaukee, I'm coming in very stabilized. I don't mess with my flaps until I put them in, and once they're in, they're in.
Right.
I don't typically reduce them unless I'm going around. I'm stable, and I'm coming in on this long, easy runway, right? It's all about keeping it stable, and I'm never activating them during a takeoff run in normal operations in the Cessna, right? I will put them in maybe for a short field takeoff to get a little more of that lift, but I'm not activating them mid-roll to get off shorter. It's just a different way of thinking that STOL pilots do.
Right.
So, Cam, while we get ready to move on with the next bit of practice, I'm wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about Fly Orca. It's a sponsor, a new national STOL sponsor that has come into the mix, and we appreciate their support.
Yeah, Fly Orca was created to help you achieve your aviation goals, connect with community, discover training opportunities, and share your journey. From tracking your improvements over time and reflecting on your progress to striving alongside your buddies, finding trusted instructors, and celebrating your aviation journey with familia and friends. We're here to help you with your aviation journey and to keep the fire burning strong.
So that's Fly Orca. Again, big thanks to them. Orca is A-O-R. Nope, none of those letters. I did not spell that at all correctly. O-R-K-A. Fly Orca, O-R-K-A. So, again, thank you a ton to Fly Orca for their support. The other thing that we want to talk about while we're getting ready for the next bit of practice is we want to talk about some of the new classes you're going to see this season. You've seen them in the first two events. This is the third stop of the circuit here in 2025. We got the Wilderness class. You're going to see that tomorrow. Kyle Bushman's going to compete in that. But then also we've got the Cub class, which you're going to see up next. And so what we do at the end of every season, and even mid-season, there's a pilot advisory committee that's working with all of the National STOL officials and judges, race control, and they're saying, hey, here is what we think we should do to keep things more competitive.
Yeah.
And so what we saw last year, honestly, for the Wilderness class, it feel like it was the Backcountry Boss. 4-place Super Cub kind of custom experimental thing that was just, when you see it flying down on short final, it looks like it's just shoveling the air out of the way. It's this huge beast of an airplane.
It is commanding its presence on final for
And
sure. Slowly.
It's lumbering in. It's just absolutely lumbering in. But the numbers it was putting down were absolutely insane. The certificated airplanes in the touring class could not compete at all. Well, that's cool, but it also means that it's not very competitive, right? So the
Right.
pilot committee comes back and they say, hey, we should make a new class. Let's split these heavy experimentals out. And so that's the wilderness class. The other thing that we saw the same thing happening with the Cub class, also with the adventure and the sport class.
Yeah.
So that's even a little more complicated. If you have a Cub type airplane, it could be in any of those two, either of those two classes.
Yep.
They were having a hard time competing against some of particularly in the sport class. And so the Cub class gave the classic Cub type, Carbon Cubs, Legend Cubs, whatever, a place to compete. There's a subset class of that. Whoa, we're nerding out now.
Oh, yes.
The vintage class, the vintage Cub class. So if
Yeah.
you've got a J3 Cub or a Champ,
Yep.
like
Taylorcraft.
things that don't have flaps and have not a ton of horsepower, that's the Cub class. You can go compete there and be competitive even though you're in a J3 Cub. Previous years, you'd be in the sport class. You'd have something like Eddie Sanchez's fire-breathing Devil Girl aircraft, and then there'd be a J3 Cub trying to compete against it. So we've refined that this year, and it's going to be way more competitive for those pilots. So the Cub class, to be specific about it, is Cub or Cub-like aircraft models with naturally aspirated engines rated at 180 horsepower or less, no nitrous oxide or other injection. They must be equipped with a stock wing. You can add VGs or a wing cuff, but you cannot add slats, spoilers, drag devices, or wing extensions.
Yeah.
The vintage Cub class is basically that, all of that, but 100 horsepower and under without flaps. So those are just the very specific things for the Cub class. Got some aircraft taxiing by right now. Looks like we've got the Mall coming back for a few more runs.
Throwing up some of that muddy soil that's slowly drying up.
So now that's going to be, actually I see what's happening here. Derek Holman now at the controls. So we had Rick Holman in the touring class in the Mall. Now we're into the rookie class with Derek Holman at the controls of the Mall. Next up, you've got Doug Tolbert, a 1995 Kit Fox 4 Classic. Love the any airplane in red. I'll take it.
Yeah.
So that's Doug Tolbert there in that Kit Fox 4. And then Ronnie Sanner in the Rans S7S. And if you look closely on the side of that aircraft, it is for sale. So a little clinic on what's going to be able to be done with that airplane. And then bringing up the rear of this class in the Cub class, Gary Call in a 2012 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub SS. Another red airplane, so
Another red airplane.
it's good in my book. All airplanes should be red. They should also all have shark's teeth. And they should all also have smoke systems.
Maybe some decorative missiles on the side, under the wing. Yeah, so that Kit Fox we've actually seen before. He competed at Rocky Mountain last year and was one of the lucky ones to get his airplane in his trailer before the windstorm hit.
Yeah, that was something else. Go check out YouTube and Instagram a little bit later after the practice today. Woof. So Jeff Whiteley was there. We saw the Beast, that airplane flying earlier. I spent a good hour sitting on the tie-down of that airplane while we had, sustained for 90 minutes. We had wind of what?
Like 72? What?
Miles an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, insane.
I was on Patrick McIntyre's airplane that we had watched almost do a cartwheel. And then we had to go help Jonas Marcinko with his aircraft. After we could hear him like yelling for help because the wind was so intense we couldn't hear him yelling for help. And once it all settled, there were like ruts in the ground from his feet from holding down his aircraft.
Yeah, very intense situation there with the windstorm after Rocky Mountain STOL last year. Okay, now let's check it out. Here comes Gary Call, front of the line now, in that Carbon Cub. That's going to be another kind of quintessential Bush plane.
Line Judd's getting them lined up. It's going to give it the power.
180 horsepower, giving it the go. Flaps down. There you go. That was nice. Getting
Very
that right
smooth.
wing down a little bit there. He's getting it straightened out. And notice the flaps come back up. So now, folks, you've been well educated on flaps. You saw them used textbook there by Gary Call. Next up in the line is going to be one of our rookies, Derek Holman in the mall.
You hear him giving it power. We'll see his elevator is moving. Just a moment. Flaps coming up. Elevator moving back. Pulled just a little too early. That's why he didn't really take off. Kind of settled down on the ground. Stayed stuck to the ground. He finally wanted to fly, and now his flaps are up.
So this kid, Derek Holman, by the way, is training under the guidance of Kyle Bushman and Jeff Wiley and his dad.
Okay.
Just earned his private pilot certificate. Graduated high school just last year.
Oh.
Already flying like a hardcore STOL pilot. Here's the Kid Fox on the line. That's Doug Tolbert. And a little early, but she's off.
Yeah.
Now we're going to see what I mean about these smaller airplanes. They're going to get off a lot shorter, less weight to heave up into the sky. That's sub 175 for the Kid Fox. Ronnie Sanner in the Rands S7. Got that cowling off on the front. Flaps already kind of pre-engaged there on the middle of the wing.
It's got the cowling off to let it breathe, right?
Let it breathe, and then I think a little drag never hurts.
Yeah, some reduced
Well, it
drag.
depends what phase of flight you're in. Ooh, listen to that thing purr. Okay, here we go. Watch the flaps. Did not yank him down any further. That's maybe what I'd call like a standard short field takeoff technique in any other airplane.
Yeah.
Pulled a little early, but again, this is the rookie class. We shouldn't be too hard on them. They're coming out and doing this for the first time in front of a crowd.
I was actually being funny when I was asking about it breathing. Yeah. Just because you can take the cowling off, it'll save you some weight as
Yep.
well. But yeah, no, I mean, it is an air-breathing engine. So, I mean, it is going to, well, actually, that's a Rotax. It's not air-breathing. It's fuel-injected, isn't it?
Yeah, but like it still combusts.
Yeah, true.
Still combusts with oxygen. I thought you were referencing like, oh, the cowling is off, therefore less heat. Here comes the carbon cub now. Woo! Right on the line. That little burst of power was our clue. It was coming in and got it right over. Get it straight and a little sideways. We're going a little loop-de-loo. Okay, so was that intentional or not? Either way, not what we want to see. I'm imagining there will be a warning issued by race control. It can't do that more than once. We need to keep directional control down the runway. See if we can go to replay to catch that. And looking at what I'm seeing right now, I'm wondering if we're having some...
Maybe got stuck in a gopher hole.
Yeah, or a little bit of
something.
tail wheel issue there.
Yeah.
Kind of continuing some back and forth there.
Can't tell if... Okay, it's still there. The grass is so thick, like, you couldn't really see the wheel. Right. Derek Coleman bringing it in. He gave up probably 75-ish feet.
They call him the Tricycle Tornado. I love that.
Is that 320? Somewhere around there.
Yeah, so let's check out the scores. Derek Coleman, his takeoff was 379. Not bad. Not as short as Dad, but definitely short.
He'll get there. He's getting it dialed in.
Should have the Kit Fox coming in shortly. Turning base to final there off in the distance.
Getting a little repositioning done, getting the water truck doing its job in front of us. They've really been on it. I mean, like, it's, I don't want to jinx us, but it hasn't been really too dusty, especially inside
Not yet.
the booth.
That some of that could be the function of the wind, though. Today being less is what it's forecast.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. We got Doug Tolbert coming in on final approach in that Kit Fox. It says here that he's a proud dad of 3 and a grandpa to 9. So he's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah. Family reunions have to be wild. Christmas, birthdays, all that's got to be wild.
Been flying for 12 years. Let's see how those 12 years stack up here in practice at Oregon Trail STOL. Kind of watch the way he's working the throttle. You can see the propeller spinning at different speeds there on that drone shot. Now he's coming in there nice and low, holding it. Oh, not enough. And going into a go-around situation there. You saw that burst of power come in to try to keep it off the ground. And once he did that, you got a lot more energy you've got to dissipate, right? And I think it was the right call. Things were not looking like particularly stable.
No.
And just fast. So giving it all the juice and getting up into the sky again where things are happening, weirdly enough, like a little slower when you're away from the ground, right?
Yeah.
Your brain can work a little bit faster up there, figure out what's going on. So the right choice on the go-around for the Kit Fox, flown by Doug Tolbert. Ronnie Sanner then should be coming in the Rans S7S. You can see him right off in the distance, low and to your right by the STOL flag on the video feed right now. A little speck of an airplane floating in.
What do you think? He probably lost, because the winds have died down right now. Like, no flags are moving right now.
Yeah,
so
nothing's moving.
Probably lost a little wind and then had a gust that got him. I wouldn't say that had anything to do with proficiency or skill level at all. It's just how the wind is factored in right now. It being a tailwheel aircraft as well, like, there's going to be some factors that
Ronnie down on the ground, those big old bush tires. Gave up 50 to 75 feet, it looked like, over the line, but again, we can dial that in, no problem. That's what practice is for. Gary Call's numbers are in. He's currently got the shortest of practice with a combined score of 424. Judge is going to be oh, there's the Kit Fox in. Did a little bit of a shorter pattern there. I thought I had longer time to talk.
Yeah.
There we go. He kind of yeeted it in there and
probably gave up, what, 75 feet, almost 100 feet maybe?
I mean, those aircraft typically have a higher approach speed. They always look like they're coming in a little bit hot. So everyone's been recovered. Now it's on to the next row. We just got to, by the way, she was sneaky about it, but Angela Douglas came with the obligatory Pinedale, Wyoming Rocky Mountain STOL meat sticks were just delivered to the announcer's booth, so thank you for
the hundreds
that.
Reserves.
I've got elk. What do you have?
I have jackalope.
Jackalope and elk. That's nice.
I'm excited.
Can't wait to eat that a little bit later. Okay, here we go. Now look at what
this is interesting.
Gary Call is far, far, far to the right.
I can see the shadow of his wing, like, over the judge.
Grab it as much as he can for that full throttle. A little bit of a misstep there. Flaps down and he is off. Very short, just over 200 feet. Would have been even shorter if the throttle application would have continued. And I didn't hear any notable misfire of the engine, so I wonder if it literally was just pilot-induced reduction of throttle there or not. If you'd have an actual engine issue, you would have probably just stayed on the ground, right? You're not going to go up into the sky there. Derek Coleman in the mall. The tricycle tornado.
Waited a little bit longer than what he has been. I mean, like that was not an early pull. We got one of our numbers.
We're gonna have to do a
tumbleweed.
FOD. Wait for FOD here.
Let's see if our guy
Actually,
gets
it's gonna.
it.
The wind took care of it for us.
Oh,
It's
dirt
in a
devil.
little dirt devil. Yeah, dust devil off the end of the runway there. Here goes the Kit Fox off. I was waiting to see if there's going to be a little burble that they flew through.
Yeah.
But we're like fully chasing that thing now.
Yeah, because now it's on the main runway. Ooh.
Look at that thing go.
That is a for real tumbleweed.
It has just got a mind of its own over there in the wind. All right, maybe it's going to stop. Nope. All right, Ronnie Sander in the meantime. No factor from that distance marker. Pulls pretty well timed. Pretty well timed. Came off just wrong when he pulled back, and that is the secret sauce, folks. If the airplane flies when you pull, you've done it right. Sometimes you can actually pull a little too early.
It'll not want to take off, or it take off and resettle.
Right. So, really great performance there for Mr. Sander. From Hayden, Idaho.
Looks like our tumbleweed sign has been retrieved. Got our carbon cup.
So,
final.
sorry to interrupt, Cam. So race control is going to be watching this one like a hawk, right? If you lose directional control again, we got to have a conversation.
Yeah. Morning, first time. All right.
And we're still going to do a little pirouette again. I wonder if it is a braking action issue, like if that right brake is activating too much.
Yeah.
We certainly saw some application of power, you know, to get it over the line, little bursts of power, a little bit of bounce, and then one of the things they teach you in pilot training.
Go around from Derek in the mall.
Good choice. I'm sure the air bosses above us were saying, hey, you got to go around, bud. We don't have a clear runway yet, so. He'll be back in the pattern there in the rookie class. So that was Derek Holman on the go-around, which means Doug Tolbert in the Kit Fox 4 is up next. He's from Idaho Falls, Idaho.
We should be able to see him on final here in a moment.
Doug Tolbert not on the board yet. Ronnie Sander, by the way, who's going to be right after him in the S7. Combined score of 460 feet.
Ooh.
And Derek Holman holding his own, not quite as short as his dad. Best score so far is 704 combined, but significantly shorter takeoff this time. Now, he will have gone around, and sometimes that can get into a rookie's head. Because not that it's an unusual maneuver to do, but it just might mess with your flow.
Yeah, you're not expecting it. And our Kit Fox. Ooh.
Bouncing down the runway there. He's got to get on
Bouncing.
the brakes.
Nice.
A little bit of a
Little
fade
turn
to the
out.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
And it's interesting because we heard from Jughead earlier, right? We heard a little bit about, hey, you got this real grippy grass, but we've watered it down to help avoid the dust. And so we've got some wet spots. We've got some divots. We've got
Yep.
some grippier places. We have minimal wind right now, and believe it or not, folks, the less wind you have, the harder it is to do a good landing. I can say that from my own experience. If it's wind's calm, I'm like, ugh,
Yeah.
these aren't going to be good. So having a little wind always helps make things a little prettier, a little more controlled. And then also we got the rookies right now. We got people who are doing this for the first time, so dialing it in. Speaking of...
Yeah, we got some Dust Devils crossing their way across the runway.
Working that throttle.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go for a go around. I bet you that Dust Devil got him. I mean, it was going directly in his path. So I know we've seen Dust Devils get like Brian Steck at STOL Drag.
Sure.
And they're not your typical like out here. They're for real. They're pretty substantially sized. They're not like your teeny tiny ones that you see on the playground, like, you know, back home. So I can imagine that they cause some type of...
Yeah, you're getting, it's almost like what you think from like a wake turbulence type situation, right?
Yeah.
Just like messing with the lift over the wing, giving you unequal lift. Okay, so we've had some go-arounds. This should be Derek Holman now in the 1991 Mall, the Tricycle Tornado, apt. We're calling him the Tornado with all the Dust Devils. Here he is, hanging it out right on the line. Let's see what the judges say about that one.
Yeah, that was real close.
I feel like I saw a little bit of white powder, little paint up into the sky. I'm not sure.
I feel like there was a point in the fuselage that might have been a little bit lower than the rest of it on one side of the line, the not good side of the line, but we'll see.
Go to replay here. Let's watch. Comes the Mall hanging it out. I feel like it's one. Yeah, like two. You can see the grass getting kicked
right
up
in front
there.
of the line. Okay.
Little too short for Derek Holman.
I still think he would have not been in the drink.
No, he probably would have been fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, close for what, horseshoes and hand grenades, but not for STOL. Here's Ronnie Sander now.
All right. Nursing that throttle. Ooh. Probably gave up 25 feet. I mean, that's not bad at all. And they're saying somewhere around sub 200. Is that what? Race control telling us that Gary is having his right brake stick a little bit.
Would explain the directional control issue if we have got a little bit of a mechanical issue.
Yeah.
So we've got Joel Milloway actually walking up here. He's going to take a look at that brake caliper for him.
Joe Milloway, an A&P, built many planes, one of our STOL competitors, in a Rand's S7.
The Tiger Shark.
The Tiger Shark.
So this is kind of cool. They're talking about it right now. Can't exactly hear him from here what they're chatting about, but he's just talking about what the experience is there. How does that applying? So no active inspection or changes happening right there in that moment. Kind of like a crew chief. It's like a NASCAR crew chief moment there.
Or like a NASCAR like pit official.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit of what's going on here, bud.
Yeah.
So that's Gary Call again from Blackfoot, Idaho in that Cub.
Getting lined up on the extreme right side of the runway. Just take advantage of what little wind we have. I mean,
got to grab whatever you can.
Exactly.
This airplane's got an empty weight of 970 pounds, gross weight of 1320, a sport aircraft here in the United States. 180 horsepower, and listen to those ponies go. Galloping down the runway and nice and short. he's got that part of it figured out.
Yeah.
Right? Like, these are just really consistent, nice, short numbers for him. Nothing easily backseat pilot coached from the booth here.
Especially with these runway conditions. I mean, like, we can look at it all day, but had it not been for Jughead, I forgot that, you know, walking on that runway, there's just so many divots and holes and
A lot of wildlife out here in the high desert.
That's where all the water is.
Derek Holman on the roll, pulling back maybe a little early. Still, there she goes. Don't settle down. Good. Okay.
There we go.
So you could see he was like, is it ready to fly? Not yet. Is it ready to fly? Still no. Is it ready to? Okay, now we're ready to go. So that's that timing thing. And what's interesting is talking to some of the pilots on the circuit, you know, some of them do counting. Like they just count to a certain place before they pull. Some of them sing a song. Doug Tolbert.
Ooh.
Working those flapper-ons. So, sorry, go ahead.
No. I mean, I was very smooth. We just saw that. So, no, what were you saying?
I was going to say flapper-ons. We talked about flaps.
Yep.
Ailerons are the controls on the outboard side of the wing that control roll on the Kit Fox and a few other airplanes. They combine them into one control surface called flapperons. So here's the RANs. You can see the flaps are down. Sanders on the roll. Pulling back, maybe a little. There we go. A little too early, but not by much.
Ooh.
And some sort of, you were oohing at it. You and I both saw it. He was full aileron deflection there. So the ailerons, again, are the controls on the outboard parts of the wing, the outside of the wing. And what we saw there from Ronnie was that something in the air, another dust devil, something like that, was initiating a. Oh yeah, we can see it just go through the judges right there. You could see the airplane start to command left roll, and Ronnie countered it correctly with full right aileron, full right aileron, as much as she had to keep it straight. So.
Yeah,
things are sporty here in Ontario.
Oh, yeah. There's some yaw in there as well. Like there's some rudder deflection.
You got to give it, you got to keep it all going. Look at this kind of crabbing in now. Burst of power. Burst of power. Keep it flying. Burst of power. Good over the line. Dropping it in on those gear. Keeping it straight. There we go. Okay.
All right. Yeah. No loss
That's
of
what we need.
Control at all. Gave up 125 feet or so, but I mean, sometimes you risk it for the biscuit, and the risking of the biscuit is safety. Being more cautious, being more safe.
Now I really want to know what Joel Milloway was talking to him about.
Yeah. We could find out tonight at the dinner.
Yeah, we'll ask. Yeah, there's going to be a fly out at the end of the night tonight to one of the hosts' airport, little home airport. Here's Derek Holman, high alpha, holding it off. Not going to be enough throttle, though. When you play that game, which you'll see a lot today, right, especially the higher horsepower airplanes can do it, you get what's called behind the power curve.
Yep.
But you got to be able to back it up with the power. If you lose the wind, or today you don't have any wind, it just falls out from under you and you're on the grass. Or in the drink, as we've been talking about.
The Pepsi Cola.
That's the future. Rivers of Pepsi Cola. Okay, not a sponsor. Let's talk about one of our sponsors, though, Lift Aviation USA. Lift's love for flying drives them to deliver only the finest in aviation products to market. They believe today's pilots deserve much more than what is currently offered in the way of products they wear in the cockpit. Lift Aviation is bridging the gap and making products that are stronger and lighter you can trust. And the water truck completely blocked that landing. I did not even see it happen. The Kit Fox is down and stopped. That's a fun little flex.
Yeah, flying as slow as a water truck.
Yeah, Doug Tolbert's hiding behind a water truck in his Kit Fox. That was a combined score of 551 feet for Doug Tolbert. Best for Doug was the second run, a combined score of 499. Gary Call, by the way, he's down and done for this section of practice. Combined score of 555 on the last. His shortest was his first, 424 feet combined. Here comes Ronnie Sanner. You know, it hasn't been as dramatic as the other rookies, but he's actually got the shortest of practice so far on that last one, combined 407. Working that throttle now. Good over the line.
Yeah.
Right on it. And as a reminder, that plane is for sale, so you can buy that plane. That's a Rotax 912 with the Hal Stockman Big Bore, 105 horsepower on the front.
Okay, I was wondering. It sounds different.
It does. Sounds big and bory. That's the technical term.
Oh.
So that's going to wrap up the Cub and Rookie classes here at Oregon Trail STOL. Before we head to commercial, I want to just finish talking about our friends at Lift Aviation. You know, safety has been a big deal here at National STOL. You heard us talk about, hey, you're losing directional control. The race control is going to yank you eventually if you can't keep that under control. One of the things that we've done at National STOL is make sure that everyone has helmets. They have to have a helmet to compete. Well, rookies, like you just saw, they're not necessarily going to be rocking a helmet yet. That's a big investment. And so Lift Aviation has provided 2 helmets for the rookies who need to borrow them. They also offered gift certificates to each class winner at every season event this year. So big thanks to Lift Aviation USA. We also want to talk about our friends at Clemens Insurance. It's the most affordable and best insurance coverage available, maintaining the highest standard of excellence. Thank you so much to Clemens Insurance, Jerry Clemens and the whole team over there helping us make this possible. One of the really interesting things talking to Jerry Clemens was we have a flying club back where I live, and I was talking to him about our flying club and how hard it is to get insurance for a flying club, and he's like, I got you. Here's some different ways that we could potentially make that even more affordable for you by writing certain things into bylaws and things like that. I don't want to speak out of turn for Jerry and the team, but thinking creatively all the time about how to make flying even more affordable. So thank you to them. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more flying here at Ontario, Oregon for Oregon Trail STOL. You know what? Home of the tater tot. That's where we're at right now. We'll be back after this.
All right.
Special thanks to our annual sponsors: Legend Aircraft, Clemens Insurance, Behringer Aero, Sarasota Avionics, Lift Aviation USA, Flying Eyes Optics, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot, Tundra Tailwheel, Fly Orca. A special thanks to our local sponsors: EAA Chapter 837, Big Bite Inc., Ragwood Refactory, D.L. Evans Bank, Fighting Classics Air Museum. Grocery Outlet. Intermountain Law. LPL Financial. Mad River LLC. Midfield Aviation LLC. Porta Pros. Seafair Pacific. Fairchilds by Golden Valley Vinegar. Edge Performance Sports. Firkin Air LLC and Sucker Creek Construction.
And we're back at Ontario, Oregon. Right now we've got a big beast of an aircraft pulling up to the line. It's got a small following. I won't say small. It's got a pretty big following on social media.
Check this thing out. It's time for the exhibition class. There's nowhere to put this thing in our class system. So just for exhibition, check it out. It's Del Collar in the 2024 Monstre de Brousse, which is French for bush monster.
Okay.
They named it that, but it's hard to pronounce that if you're not from those parts. So they just call it the Bruce.
Yeah.
Here's the Bruce. So this aircraft sitting here in front of you right now has 1,050 thermodynamic horsepower, weighs 3,600 pounds empty, 6,000 pound gross weight, which the gross weight is basically like how much does the plane and all the stuff in it weigh. So you can fill it up to 6,000 pounds of airplane and stuff. It will fly, folks, at 192 knots.
Jeez.
That's fast.
For something that can land slow.
Yeah, at an altitude, by the way, of 17,500 feet. This particular airplane started out as a French Air Force airplane. Took 2.5 years to build. And so it's a Broussard, right? But like it's got the turbine on the front. So that's the biggest mod, but it's also got the third vertical and rudder.
Yeah.
Dropped leading edges. Float fitting, second door. And again, like I mentioned, the TPE 331-10 turboprop motor.
Yeah.
So this thing's this thing's pretty dope.
I can see him spinning. He's working the throttle.
Those three rudders working in tandem is pretty cool.
Yo.
That is something truly special to see something like that fly. That is really cool. Look, even the most hardened, cold, dead heart STOL folks are out at the line laughing about that. I'm talking about Josh Richling there. He was laughing about it. It even makes him happy.
Yeah, I mean,
he's nodding. He's like, it's true. I'm super happy right now. So
it's barely over 300 feet on that takeoff.
that was we're going to see it do some work here in a second. So that's going to be really cool. Yeah, 306-foot takeoff for an airplane that has a gross weight of 6,000 pounds. So that is something else. Well, and it's already back around, by the way, because it's super fast. Look at it coming now, turning, looks like left base, hanging out left base, getting ready to turn final there in the Broussard. That's Del Collar at the controls. He walked up to the booth before we started. He's like, "Hey, do you know anything about my plane?" And I was like, "I know it's cool. So, he told us originally, again, a 1950s French Air Force aircraft, that Broussard, which is French for Bushman, and now it's nicknamed the Bruce. Look at that. Look at that. Coming in base to final now here in Ontario, Oregon. The triple-tailed wonder. Easing it in over to the grass. Look at all the flap. It's just so much, those wide flaps.
Yeah. Getting it slowed down.
He's got plenty of power, so he's going to be able to hold it off.
Oh.
And I spoke too soon, landed a little short there. But now, that funky noise you just heard, it's a little beta thrust, a little reverse pitch action that turbine propeller can do to help you slow down. So you're actually pushing air out the opposite way of travel. Aero braking there. I'd love to chat about, like, why? Just 'cause?
Yeah. Right?
Sounds so cool.
Yeah, you can go on YouTube and watch a video that Sarah Henry, the daughter of Steve Henry, did on this particular aircraft. There's just so many facts, so much work that went into it. I'm actually very much excited to see this aircraft flying live as he's getting it taxied back up to the STOL line.
I feel like now would be a good time to pull your phone out and record a video of this thing.
Let's do it.
That's what I'm going to do. That is super cool. Look at that thing.
Power's coming up. And you can see him accelerating. Just how many horses are in that engine? I mean, as he was giving it power, you could just see it continuously accelerating until he lifted off. There wasn't like an apex of acceleration. It's just, let's keep going.
So think about like how much weight that is. It's just like so, like the carrying capacity of that airplane. If you take those two numbers and you do the arithmetic, it's got a useful load of 2,300 pounds. So that's what's something, I'm just going to Google, what weighs 2,300, like.
You can take all your camping equipment, fuel, you and some people.
Okay, so here's an example.
A side-by-side.
Here's an example, and it's already on base. Here's an example. A large pumpkin, this is what AI told me, a large pumpkin, specifically one that might have broken a record, could weigh around 2,300 pounds. Some sports cars, like the Mazda Miata MX-5, are also known to have weight around 2,300 pounds. I'm confused about what the pumpkin. Like,
yeah.
AI, we still got to work on that. A giant pumpkin?
Alaska giant pumpkins.
Oh, Jughead just leaned in and said, no, it could be, dude. Could be.
Yeah, the Alaska State Fair every year they have a pumpkin growing contest. It is a big thing, and pumpkins, yeah, the size of cars.
Okay. Okay, so Jughead says yes. Yeah, 2,300-pound pumpkin. So AI's not crazy. Also, things that this could carry a small horse trailer. I've seen full-size dirt bikes come out of this airplane.
Yeah.
That's a real thing. Base to final now. The Bruce. We're all going to get a shot of this thing coming in. This is something special, folks. You don't see something like this every day. It's a one of one.
It's a, yeah.
So throw this on TikTok and say you were there when. This is a real thing that exists.
I remember.
Oh, man. That just sounds so cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So we learned a few things today. We learned that you can put a turbine engine in the front of a Broussard. You can add a third rudder to it, too, to help make it fly better when you do that. We learned today that in Alaska you can have a pumpkin that weighs up to 2,300 pounds, and that airplane, if you could fit it inside, which I don't think you could carry a Mazda Miata. You could put a Mazda Miata in there. I guess cut it up. Like if you could fit it.
Yeah, I guess so.
If it fits, it ships. I think we're going to see one more takeoff from this airplane. Don't forget to go to nationalstol.com/vote. That's nationalstol. This feels unfair. nationalstol.com/vote. Voting ends at the end of competition tomorrow. Also, now's a great time to visit the merch booth, visit those vendors, get that Kona ice. I think we had some burgers just now in the booth from one of the food trucks as well.
It
so
definitely had a homemade, like, good town burger feel.
yeah, delicious. So here's the Broussard. Coming up, let's check out what these numbers are, by the way. We're scratching all over the place here. I wonder if that's by design based on how big the airplane is and his stopping distances, but it's been taking off sub 400 feet every time. Last takeoff was 340 feet. The first takeoff was 306. Here we go. All the horsies. And just off.
Jeez.
Right around 300 feet.
I mean, that's comparable performance to Chip Ferguson in the Beaver.
Yeah. I mean
it might be
comparable size?
Yep.
Yeah.
Might be shorter on takeoff distance.
So actually, that's a great. You did a wonderful AvGeek thing there, Cam. So the useful load of a de Havilland Beaver is less,
Okay.
but only by 200 pounds. So de Havilland Beaver can almost carry a Mazda Miata or a giant pumpkin.
Yeah.
This aircraft can. The de Havilland Beaver we've seen on the circuit, Chip Ferguson, like Cam mentioned. Flying around that. The other thing that I love about this thing, the chat is blowing up. That thing is awesome. You can just see right through it. Like even from that, like look how the visibility out the sides too is just insane.
Some nice observation doors. Giving Dale a not quite 360-degree view, but very, very close. I mean, as far as you're sitting in an aircraft, you want as much visibility as possible. And
Well, and I feel like the nose of this is going to be longer, right? If you compare them side to side.
oh yeah,
So he's losing some visibility over the nose. Yeah, so I mean, typically powered by a rotary engine. Sorry, that's not the word.
You're thinking about Mazdas.
I'm thinking about Mazda still. The original was powered by a Pratt & Whitney Wasp Jr. Look at that! What?
Yeah.
Was that? Did I hear reverse pitch coming in before we touched down? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe. There was so much happening. Yeah, that was truly awesome.
Oh, man.
And you got it stopped under 400 feet.
Look at on the line here. We're going frame by frame. Is it a scratch or not?
No.
Oh, I think it was good.
Yeah.
I think we got it dialed in. That is a good landing. So third and final one. Good in the books for Del Collar. Smell that Jet A in the morning. Here we go. So our best score for Del Collar in the absolute monster, the Bruce, 651 feet combined. And when you think about how gigantic that airplane is, that is That is a small number.
I was expecting one of those numbers to be
6.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be about 600 to one way for sure. I agree. So that will wrap up the exhibition class. Now that Cam and I are thoroughly
Excited, yes.
energized, we are going to kick over to, I believe, the sport class. The sport class now is where the aircraft get even lighter, the opposite of what you just saw, but the power to weight ratios get higher too. So you're going to see Rands S7, you're going to see some Zenith 701s competing. And so we're going to see some real fun flying. Now, these airplanes are all below 1,320 pounds gross. So let's put it this way. You could fit the weight of 2 of the airplanes competing next in the Broussard.
Yeah.
It could carry 2 Zeniths. Speaking of Zeniths, our friend Justin Tisdale, who flies the Zenith in the circuit, National STOL has taken him someplace completely different this weekend.
Yeah. Let's see what he's got going on.
Hey guys, Justin here from National STOL, the Mustache Flyer. You guys already know I love each and every one of you guys out there competing, all you guys watching. I wanted to send this to you guys and Tom, so hopefully Tom will play this during the stream. But we're over in the Czech Republic, and this is what we were saying about National STOL. You'll never know where you'll wind up when you become a pilot at National STOL. And you never know the opportunities that will present itself as you become a better pilot and you get further and further along in your journey in aviation. Just now, we came to see the TL sport aircraft that is called the Backcountry with the 916 IS. It's on 26s. Zach is about to go up, and they're going to do a little bit of tail wheel training really quick. I got to fly this thing most of the day. It was a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to bringing more about this to the STOL community in the U.S. We're here in the beautiful Czech Republic, and man, like I said, you'll never know where you'll end up in aviation. Say yes to everything you can. I am so excited, and I appreciate everyone at National STOL and all the people that have made it what it is, and I look forward to getting back on the circuit and flying the rest of the season. But this is the kind of stuff that we're up to and the opportunities that are out there as becoming a pilot in the National STOL series. So I hope you guys are doing great. Hey, good luck to everyone this weekend, and I hope you guys have a lot of fun. This is Justin, the Mustache Flyer, TL Ultralight with the Backcountry. You guys will see it at Oshkosh. We'll catch you guys later.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Czech Republic.
Why?
TL Backcountry.
You and I were talking, Cam. We're trying to figure out why so many cool airplanes come out of the Czech Republic. So if you know, go to nationalstol.com and watch the live broadcast, Facebook, YouTube. You can actually chat with us online. You can even do that from the crowd here in Ontario.
Yeah.
Let us know. What do you think? What do you think? Why so many cool airplanes coming out of the Czech Republic? So while we get ready for the next bit of practice, let me introduce the folks you see taxiing in front of you right now. That airplane that you can tell why it's called the Tiger Shark, because it looks like a tiger and a shark. Joel Milloway in the Rands S7. And then we've got 2 Zenith 701s, and we have to look at the race numbers because they both are unpainted, more or less. So this one here is race 365, so that's going to be Jeff Vallon.
Little Rabbit is the name of that aircraft.
80 horsepower on the front.
Oh.
Just a little 80 horsepower, making it work.
Okay.
The other aircraft, the other Zenith, is Chris Sirani, Rotax 912 powered. Got to be 100 horsepower. Yep. And then the Joe Milloway aircraft Tiger Shark, also Rotax 912. And these airplanes, again, just to put it all in perspective, their gross weights are all below 1,320 pounds. Their empty weights, you could fit all 3 of them weight-wise into the Bruce.
That's wild.
It's bonkers.
Joe Milloway getting pulled up to the line, applying some throttle. You hear that Rotax working.
Green flag.
Green means go. It's got a nice wind, too.
Yeah, we're starting to see some wind on the course right now. He's probably waiting for the judges to get a little bit closer, if I'm honest. Waiting with anticipation for the sport class here at Ontario, Oregon. Oregon Trail STOL to kick off. There we go. Full power Joel Milloway and yanking it. Woo! There we go. They weren't even close enough.
Oh,
they all came
man.
in closer. They weren't close enough. That's like an 80-foot takeoff, give or take. So again, your airplane just went from 3,000 pounds to 723 pounds. And that makes a big difference. Okay, next up, Chris Sirani. Rotex 912. Your eyes are not deceiving you. Those are golf cart tires.
Okay, yes. On the go. Looking just a little bit over 135 feet, 125 feet actually.
Climbed out there, got above the ground effect position, pushed that nose down, build up some speed. Next up, Jeff Fallon. From Bay Area, California.
Digging that blue cowling.
That's cool.
Little rabbit on the go. See if his numbers.
Nice. Nice and short there.
Yeah.
Now, really working the, you look at the, I mean, that's a very angular designed aircraft, right? Like, it's just a very,
Flying fuselage.
yes. And it's not the most aesthetic airplane to look at, but every angle has its purpose. You saw that right there when Jeff pulled back on the stick. You could see why is the tail shaped that way. Oh, it's so we can get a lot of angle of attack and pop off the ground there, even though we're a tricycle gear airplane. Here comes Joel Milloway now from Blackfoot, Idaho. He's one of your locals. Slow.
Modulating the throttle.
Ooh, just a little too short for Joel Milloway. And Cam, you called it. He was working that throttle. Trying to stay in the air.
It's a dangerous game. I mean, it's not dangerous. I don't mean it like that, but it's a danger as in making it to the line and not landing ahead of, not scratching essentially, because we have a gust or we have wind right now. We could have a gust. It could completely die down. Like right now, the flags in front of us aren't waving. So if you have that wind chop out from under you, you're gonna scratch. Especially if you're that low. I mean, if you've got some altitude, but if you've got enough altitude to recover from something like that, you're probably a little too high.
To be playing that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You need to be a little bit lower to do that. I want to talk about our friends over at Sarasota Avionics. They're a long-term partner of National STOL. They're your authorized Garmin dealer and the #1 aircraft avionics installing dealer in the nation for panel mount GPS avionics systems. They've got upfront pricing, superior service, and expert consultants. Big thanks to Sarasota Avionics offering their Garmin prizes to our pilots. Here we go, the Zenith.
With almost no wind.
Very gracefully done.
Yeah.
Heavy on the brakes now, keeping it straight. There we go, a little more brakes. So rolled out probably longer than he'd wanted. I think the other thing is we did give up a little bit of distance past the line.
Yep.
Joel Milloway, by the way, that takeoff is in the books now, 78 feet. So sub 80-foot takeoff with almost no wind. I mean, we have some, but it's basically gone now with the scratch to seal it up.
Here our next Zenith on the way.
Chris Sirani, who just landed in that Zenith, combined score of 502 feet. Here comes Jeff Fallon.
In Little Rabbit. Yeah, well, gave up 125 feet or so. It's going to get it stopped in about the same distance. Oh!
Didn't actually stop. They'll probably give it to him in practice, but that would not fly. No pun intended. In competition. Here's the thing, right? Like, if you're those two Zenith pilots right now, you've got Joe Milloway out in front of you. This is someone he's dialed in.
Well seasoned.
Yes, Joe Milloway is not giving up anything. So I don't even know if they can touch him. I'm just going to be straight up honest.
And then beyond that, I mean, like, oh, sorry.
No. It just the only way you can beat Joe Milloway if you're these two pilots is Joe Milloway's got a scratch. Now, we just did that.
Yeah.
But he's gonna drop a train on you. So it's really a battle for second and third, probably, unless Joe Milloway uncharacteristically scratches every time. There we go. A little bit longer. I think that's a function of the wind.
Right. Yeah, because it's done. There's no flags flying at all.
First Zenith up to the line. Chris Serrani from Oasis, Idaho, Oasis Air Park. Well timed there, nice and a bit shorter. We're right around 200 feet now for Chris Serrani. That was actually longer, I apologize, because we don't have the wind. It was clean, but he's about 70 feet longer that time around. Woo, nice one for Jeff Vallon. Popping it off a little bit longer, though, than Chris Serrani. He's around the 250-foot mark.
And when they come back around, you can check out the difference between Chris and Jeff's horizontal stabilizers. The ends of them have, like, rakes on them. One's a little bit bigger than the other.
Joel Milloway now on the hunt in Tiger Shark. Menacingly turning base to final. So if you're Joel, I mean, the sad thing if this were competition is you've just given up that little gust of wind, that little burst of wind we had to a scratch. Little burst of power again. Oh, dropped it in just right.
Yes. Right over the line. Got it stopped. 135, maybe 38 feet.
Let's watch that on the replay now. Holding it off expertly.
Yeah, he did that very well.
Loses the lift right there. Kind of drops it over the line. And then, of course, braking heavily there. The tail starts to come up. But nothing to be afraid of.
133 feet on that landing.
So that's going to put Joel Milloway in first place of all of the practice competitors so far today with a combined score of 252. Chris Serrani now in the Zenith 701. Watch for that difference in the tail shape that Cam was pointing out. I think now is a good time to talk about Zenith as an idea. You know, they are not a sponsor of the series, but you know, all three of these airplanes that you see in front of us, the Rands that Joe Milloway is flying and the two Zeniths, these are aircraft that you can buy from a manufacturer.
Yep.
Build it in your garage or your hangar, and the cost to build some of these is like frighteningly low. Like, it's just so accessible.
Yeah. Ooh.
I thought it touched down, but maybe I'm wrong. Jeff Vallon there. Going to the replay on that one. Working that wing. Oh, well over the line. Okay. Yeah, he arrested that descent rate, no problem. Got it heavy down on the brakes, of course, with the nose wheel. You can just kind of jam them as hard as you can, as long as you can steer.
Yeah.
Joel Milloway back on the prowl. Here he goes on the line for the third and final run for him in practice here at Oregon Trail STOL. Best takeoff of the day was 78 feet for him. And we're getting closer there.
Yeah.
Right around that 110 mark. So I think you were right, Canada. You know, we had that little oasis of wind come over us.
Yeah.
And that's disappeared now. Chris Serrani. Other things to look at on that airplane is, one, it's all metal construction. Two, big old slats on the front to help the air stay connected to the wing.
It's got a big old trim tab on the rudder too.
Whoa, nice deck angle there. Okay, getting it eased back down.
So you mentioned like you can build these airplanes at home, and that includes what you need to do to them. Like, you know, you build it, you fly it, you don't like how it performs, you lose like rudder authority, you need a bigger rudder. Like Sheldon Hetherington has a bigger rudder on his, but you can see like Chris has like those fences and a big trim tab, and like he's got, you can basically see what different pilots are doing to their aircraft, to the same aircraft, to make it fly how they want it to fly.
Yeah, you've got the freedom to modify extensively in the experimental certification side of what we can do in the United States. You're going to see that turned up to 11 in the future classes here when we see the Badlands Traveler flying. Steve Henry's Wild West Aircraft Highlander. Here's Joe Milloway now. Ooh. Right over the line again for Joe Milloway. He's got it dialed in, keeping that tail exactly where it needs to be.
Had those wheels locked up as he was landing as well, just skidding across the grass.
Putting on a clinic.
Seriously. We're going to have Chris Serrani to follow him up in the zenith.
So in the pattern there, base to final, one of the things that makes the Zenith and all these sport aircraft competitive in the STOL world is that they don't have super high cruise speeds. They're not going 190 whatever knots like the Bruce.
Yeah.
But that, you know, if you're flying a sport aircraft, that's kind of what it's for, right? It's like looking out the window, having some fun, becoming proficient, and not spending a ton of money to do it. You know, I don't even know how many pounds of fuel an hour the Bruce burns.
Yeah.
This airplane here coming in on final is probably, what?
Sipping gas.
$20 an hour, something like that in gas, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, it could probably be a little bit less than that depending on if they're using MoGas versus avgas. Because Rotax can run off of just your normal pump gas. It has to be ethanol free, but you can run off of 91 octane. Pure unleaded. I mean, yeah, you bring up a good point. You know, the differences in performance in all these aircraft. It's just, you can go extreme, you can go non-extreme. It really just depends on how much money you want to spend and what you find exciting for you. It's an excellent landing by Jeff and Low Rabbit. We'll see where he gets stopped. It looks like sub 150, somewhere around 140. But when it comes to buying an airplane that you want, like, you can't just buy one that does everything. Like, we talked about it a lot last year. You can't buy an airplane that goes fast, but also go super slow. There's trade-offs, and then you're not going to be able to buy a cheap airplane that's going to be able to haul you, the family, all your camping equipment, like all of that. And when I'm talking about cheap, I'm talking about like what I spent on my Champ, like, you know, under 30K, like 28K, under 30K, somewhere around there. Like, you'll be able to fly an airplane, no problem, but it will not be like the ultimate hauling machine.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between a Champ, which, yeah, you can buy for less than most new cars these days.
Yep.
Flying around at, what do you fly? What do you cruise at, 70, 80 miles an hour?
Somewhere around 90.
90? Oh, I underestimated. I apologize.
Ooh.
It's like 90 miles an hour versus someone who spends $1 million on a Cirrus. Well,
Yep.
they're using that as their own personal airliner. It's just a different expectation, right?
Yep.
Speaking of expectations, I'm expecting things to get a little more, even more, dusty and exciting here in Ontario, Oregon. We've got the adventure class coming up in a minute. And then right after that, the practice of the unlimited class, one you've been waiting for. We're going to set the stage for tomorrow's super crazy battle of the Titans.
Yes.
So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to learn about some of our sponsors. We'll be back after this.
Learn from flyers worldwide. Watch your flights unfold with accurate terrain, scenery, altitude, ground speed, and ground track. Improving your wind situational awareness by reviewing your flight path with wind data. Invite friends to join you. Debriefing with peers is a blast. Seeing your skills improve fast by avoiding repeated mistakes. Never wasting a chance to document bragging rights. Or continue to improve by connecting with pilots and instructors who inspire you. Just tap to record.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
Well, a friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these flying eyes glasses while we were at Oshkosh. We went and checked them out, and they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible, so you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. And then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying eyes, awesome glasses.
We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s. We did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I actually was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane. I said, well, send it to me. So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet. The other day, the cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, all right, you're above 10,000, your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet. So watch out. So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
And we are back here in Ontario, Oregon, where we're practicing for the competition Oregon Trail STOL tomorrow here up in the high desert.
Yes.
In the heat, in the dust, with no wind, minimal wind, a tiny bit of wind.
Yes. And nearby hot springs with cold water incorporated. You can control your...
That was the thing we did last night. We were the touristas. They were like, wow, guys, get with it. It's hot and cold at the same time. I was like, yeah, we don't have that in Wisconsin, man. I can't go in the river. Some of the rivers in Wisconsin that's just filled with manure. You gotta be careful.
Yeah.
So, anyways, we hope you're enjoying practice right now. If you are new here, my name is Ryan Dombrowski. I'm joined with Cam Walton, and we are bringing National STOL to you all season long. And being here in Ontario has been a real treat so far, and it's we are hoping that things will kick off even more aggressively with the wind tomorrow, right? The heat, we know the heat is going to be super high tomorrow. We're hoping the wind will come and give us some of those short takeoff and landing distances. Green flag now as we kick off the next chunk of practice. We've got the adventure class. Right now you've got Jody Card up front in that 2022 Badlands Traveler, the blue one from Casper, Wyoming. You're also going to see a few other cool aircraft.
Yeah, we got some.
Got Tim Shellhorn in the 2021 Carbon Cub EX2. He'll be flying in this section of practice. Jody Card, look at that thing.
The judges were barely ready for that. Sub 80. We're looking at just a little bit over, just a couple of ticks over 75.
That airplane is so intense.
Oh, it's so awesome.
That is a 173 horsepower engine, aircraft empty weight of 970 pounds. It says here it's got booster rockets. He maybe is right. All right, check out this Super Cub. Pulled a little early for the Super Cub. That was Ryan Melendez in a 1954 Piper Super Cub PA-18. That's when you think about backcountry flying, there's a good chance that's the aircraft you're thinking about. All the way from San Diego, California.
Oh, wow.
That's a cool shot from the drone there as we get all the horse heat from Tim Shellhorn. Woo! Big deck angle there. Okay. He's well above, he's halfway to traffic pattern altitude already. That aircraft's called Psycho Billy. He's from Nampa, Idaho. Second generation pilot. That aircraft weighing 950 pounds empty. This aircraft, by the way, that Tim Shellhorn is flying, it's definitely experimental, amateur built, highly modified power plant, proprietary engine management system.
Pat McIntyre in the chat saying he just logged on.
He says he doesn't miss the trip out here. Would have been a long haul for him, but he's missing being with all of us. Here comes Jody Card now. Big angle of attack. Got that nose way high.
Yeah.
Hold it off with
Oh,
power.
oh.
Hold it. Oh, not enough. Behind the power curve like that, you got to use all the throttle you can to keep it up in the air. It just was not enough combined with the wind. Look at this replay here. Starts to lose it right about there. Power's coming in, but just a few feet short of the line.
That tail wheel hit. He lost a little airspeed. Lost what he needed to keep it just above the tips of the grass, tickling the tips of the grass, as you would like to say.
Ryan Melendez. Oh, just a little short for Ryan Melendez as well.
I mean, just barely, though. Yeah, made it over the line, but touched the line. Can't touch the line.
That airplane's pretty standard, 180 horsepower Super Cub. Got some stuff attached to it here. You know, it's got a fancier than stock prop. It's got some titanium gear, but pretty much that Super Cub is what you think about when you think about backcountry aviation. Same type of airplane, another Cub type coming in. Tim Shellhorn, look at that cool little thing hanging down. I love that. He's got like an air brake thing that he can use to add a little more drag and create lift. And look, it just retracts.
Yep.
He just retracts it, kills all the lift it's making. It actually I remember talking to him about this last year. It is a lifting body, so it's just like a flap. So it's adding drag and lift, just like the flaps are. Pretty cool thing. It's actuated in the cockpit with like a switch.
Yeah, it's...
You'd think it would be like a Johnson bar or something, but if I remember correctly, there's a switch he's hitting in the cockpit there to modulate that. So that is cool. Cool little thing. Innovation. STOL innovation, right? You're going to see it in the Unlimiteds. You're going to see it with what Dan and Jared and Steve are doing with their airplanes. Hal, we haven't even talked about what Hal's doing to his airplane. We'll talk about that later. So, like, a lot of innovation happening, and Tim Shellhorn in the adventure class showing us how it's done with that.
Yeah, everything out here is not just an airplane.
Jody Carr pulling a little too early. There she goes.
A little too early. It's almost looked like he was in ground effect, but just barely, kind of, sort of, not really, and then got out of it.
Yeah, tail comes up. Trying to get maybe some lever action, too.
Yeah.
Ryan Melendez now at the line, getting ready to release in the Super Cub. Now an airline pilot. Flew over 900 hours in this airplane before becoming an airline pilot. Look at there we go.
It's just a good-looking Super Cub.
Aircraft's called Goldie. That's a good name for a Super Cub.
Yeah.
Okay, Tim Shellhorn in another Cub type. Psycho Billy. You can hear the difference. There's definitely something different about that engine.
Yeah.
Just at rest. Nice short one for Shellhorn.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that about the engine. I mean, like, he wasn't even near like half the power, and the tail was standing up. You know, like,
yeah, he's got some from secret sauce going in there. Talking to race control in the meantime, we believe that Jody Card has a broken tail wheel. Kind of dangling out there. So, yeah, you can see it dangling there on the. So he's going to do a wheel landing and keep that tail up. And that's, you know, we see our pilots do that a lot for style points, right? They'll do that for style, keep that tail up as they taxi. But that skill set really makes a lot of sense when you start thinking about bush flying, right? Broken tail wheel, no problem. I just won't use it, right? I'll just keep the tail up. So he's done with practice for now. He's going to taxi over to parking to get that tail wheel repaired. Look at that. Still hasn't touched that tail down. No problem. Just keeping it up in the air there. That's why you practice stuff like that.
And Ryan on final right now on the Super Cub. While we've got that awesome shot of Jody Card.
Finally letting it down there, yeah. So he's going to park and get that sorted. And yep, here's Ryan now on camera.
Ooh, okay. Great landing right across the line. Excellent descent rate. He had everything working with him on that one.
See what he's doing for scores here in practice. Ryan Melendez, first takeoff and landing was a scratch. He's been really consistent with the takeoffs. Takeoff first run was 173. Takeoff second run was 174. Waiting on that landing number to come in. 188. So combined score of 362 for Ryan Melendez. Jody Card, by the way, didn't have anything on the board, but he had a 73-foot takeoff, which was the shortest one. And then Tim Shellhorn, well, I've been yakking about scores. He comes in and stops, what, 80 feet?
Yeah.
Like, that's insane. He had an 81-foot takeoff, Tim Shellhorn. And the score should be coming in any second for the landing. He may be, yes, he is now the leader of practice here at Ontario, Oregon's Oregon Trail STOL with a combined score of 160 feet for Tim Shellhorn.
Ooh.
If I'm not mistaken, I feel like this is what was going on with him last year, too. Kind of coming in and being like, hello, everybody. I've done some things to this airplane.
Yeah.
I'd like to show them to you combined with my incredible skill. Thank you very much.
There we
Tim
have
Shellhorn out. I don't know why. He doesn't talk like that. Maybe. We talk a little bit. Okay. So Tim Shellhorn's going to be taxiing back. Jody Card's in the pits repairing that tail wheel. There is going to be a brief yellow flag now because we're going to do a FOD walk to make sure that we don't have anything from that broken tail wheel presenting a hazard on the runway. So we're going to take a brief break there. While they do that, I want to talk about one of our sponsors, one that we couldn't do this without. You like these Cub-type airplanes? Well, Legend Aircraft, man, do they make a Cub-type airplane. The Legend Cub continues to be the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft. It is a modern Legend, and those who have flown one consider the Legend Cub to be the most gratifying recreational aircraft in the skies today. Today's Legend Cub is an all-new factory-built aircraft designed in the spirit of aircraft like this, the legendary P-18 Super Cubs.
It's a very graceful takeoff from Ryan Melendez.
You can learn more about Legend Aircraft, by the way, at legend.aero. Tim Shellhorn with the belly flap.
And Psycho Billy. Psycho Belly. Yeah.
You know, that airplane takes off too quick for something with excavators painted on the side. I just want to be real about it.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Tim spent 33 years flying in the backcountry, including the Idaho desert lands, and I think that shows. Flying Stampede in the chat wondering, asking in the internet chat here, did he break his tail wheel when he was bouncing around? We're talking about Jody Card there. Not exactly sure when it happened, Cam. Did you see when the moment that it broke? I didn't.
I did not see that. But while we're in the chat, Bursix TV saying, hey, everyone, what's up, Austin? We'll be chatting with him next weekend for National STOL here at Ontario, but via Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Ryan Melendez now, a little bit of power being poured on. Good over the line, only giving up about a plane length. Now on those brakes, stopped sub 200 feet. He's putting in work. That last takeoff was his best with 130 feet. And the landing was 189 feet. That's going to be a combined score of 318, fourth overall in practice today. And look low and to your right, you can see Tim Shellhorn now coming in. Let's watch for all those very exciting techno wizardry things he's done. There's the belly pod hanging out. Look at that. So much lift and power.
Ooh.
Diving over the line.
I mean, yeah. And on the brakes, wheel landing, throwing it in there, like.
Cam liked that one.
I did, definitely.
Look at that, just diving over. He was a little high over the line for him, but no worries.
I mean, there's a lot of cool things happening right now because he could have easily just hit the brakes a little too hard.
So we're going to be taking a break now for that FOD walk we talked about. We've got a red flag right now on the course. We're going to go to a replay, I think, of Jody Card's takeoff. See if we can see the moment where, or actually his landing, excuse me. Here we go. Here's the takeoff for Jody Card. Applying full throttle. Keep your eyes on the tail wheel. That's the small wheel in the back of the airplane. So he is powering up there. Looks fairly connected. No problem there. And it's off screen, but I'm guessing. Let's look as he comes by here on the replay. Still looks intact there on that takeoff. Looks intact. Oh, hey, Jets. Going to go back to the database there and see what other takeoff we can find to see if we can find that moment. You can see on camera now the FOD walk underway. We've got the foreign object debris walk, basically. That's what FOD stands for. And why is that a big deal?
Because propeller blades do not like hard objects getting sucked into them or blown, on other parts of the fuselage. Like, you don't want a cracked windshield on takeoff, and you're expecting to take off and hit altitude. So, yeah. Airplanes don't like little pieces of things on the ground that get sucked up into them.
And while they were doing that FOD walk, simultaneously an audit of Jody Card's tail wheel was taking place. No pieces missing, so nothing on the runway that would endanger anybody from his aircraft.
Okay, so probably something that just shook loose.
Shook loose or broke. I mean, these landings we always talk about, they're not for passenger comfort, right?
Right.
You're putting a lot of stress. You're making the machine work, and sometimes things just break. Hey, if something were to break and you couldn't use it on an airplane anymore, it would be a red-tagged aircraft part.
I think I know where you're going with this.
So Red Tag Art. They feature innovative and handcrafted art and home goods from red-tagged aircraft parts which are no longer viable for use. So each new design at Red Tag Art starts with a red tagged aircraft part, seeing it for not what it is, but what it could be. From bottle openers made from valve covers to turbine coffee tables and everything in between. Check out their designs or start a custom project over at redtagart.com. The other folks we need to talk about real quick are iFly EFB. iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot is the complete EFB app for Android, iOS, and Windows that has all the advanced features pilots want in the most intuitive flight planning and navigation solution on the market. The iFly EFB team brings together the perfect balance of technology and real-world flight experience. You can fly your freedom. It's different up here. Check out iFly EFB. Now we're green flag. Getting ready for, I've been trying not to freak out. When is the last time you've had Hal Stockman,
Yeah.
Steve Henry,
Uh-huh.
Dan Reynolds, and someone who's coming for all three of them, Jared Garetson, all in the same place at the same time?
My memory doesn't remember all of them being here.
Steve Henry lifting the tail up for his local family friends. So this is Steve Henry's home show, right? He's from Nampa, Idaho, just over the river, through the woods, so to speak. And so he's got his friends and family here watching him. So that's Steve Henry, and check out Dan Reynolds now in the Chinook. Just was up in Valdez, laying down some paint on everybody else, showing them what was going on up there.
Winning his class, having the shortest takeoff and shortest landing.
Yeah, he's not messing around either.
He's out for a world record.
And I think Jared Garetson isn't going to be able to fly because if I'm not mistaken, he was going to be flying Jody Card's plane.
So they're going to be over there wrenching on it. They stripped the bolt. Okay.
Yeah, race control coming in. Just to clarify, there was a bolt on that tail wheel that was stripped and came apart.
All right. Hal Stockman on the line. And
hold your horses,
4.1.
everybody. Here we go. Unlimited class practice.
With the canards. I mean, let's
we
go.
talked about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some stuff on the front of Hal's plane we'll talk about next time around. But that was pretty short. If you value your hearing, you might want to plug your ears on this next one, folks. Hal Stockman scoring 86 feet. Here comes Steve Henry. Nuts.
And bolts.
I don't understand. Like, you look at that airplane and you go like, it can do that? And he's clearly been working on it since the last time we saw it.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy.
Dan Reynolds now a different approach to short takeoffs in the Chinook. Trying a couple times to get her off. Dan starts to really excel when we have headwinds.
Yeah.
If we had been flying yesterday, he said he thought he would be in world record territory if we had done the competition yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
So he needs wins. And then, of course, Jared Garetson unable to fly in practice right now because he's borrowing Jody Card's plane. So let's talk about Hal's airplane because we see it coming in right now. This is the rebuild of Lawnmower 4. It's Lawnmower 4.1. The tail from the original is what was left. The rest of it's brand new. Check out the control surfaces on the front there and watch.
Oh, was that a scratch?
It was right on the line if it wasn't. Go into the replay.
Whichever one of you had the maintenance issue at the hotel, they're looking at it now.
All right.
We're going to go back to the replay in a minute, but there's a canard on the front of Hal's plane now. It's just 7 more pounds of weight. Those little tiny stubby wings on the front.
Okay, he texted
And the canard is being added, or it has been added to the plane to help offset the center of gravity so the tail can get even lower, particularly on landing. So you're adding lift to the front of the plane instead of weight to the tail like a lot of competitors do. Here comes Steve Henry now, low over the grass. Look at this. Look at this. Boom!
All right.
Right on the line. He's got to get it stopped.
He pretty much hit in the same spot that he took off in.
That's a 300 horsepower engine on the front of that plane. It's a Yamaha 998 turbo Sidewinder. It's not messing around. For comparison, Hal Stockman's running a Rotax 916. Yeah, a little short there now. We got the replay from Hal up just a little short. So a scratch for Hal. Steve Henry's takeoff, a jaw-dropping 31 feet.
Jeez.
Combined with a 113-foot landing. He's got a combined score of 144. Now watch Dan Reynolds' different style of approach, right? High, stable, following that glide path in. Burst of power, and he's going to go around, actually. So we're going to wait a minute here for a go-around from Dan Reynolds to come around, make sure he has a safe approach. And what, Cam, I mean, you are the uber nerd on all things airplanes. Like, talk to me a little bit about what makes these three different competitors different.
Yeah, so what we've got Dan Reynolds in a pusher.
That's a big difference, yep.
I mean, that's a huge difference to begin with. Doesn't look like much, but he uses that aircraft to transport heavy objects in the Alaskan bush. We got Hal Stockman and the Badlands Traveler. I'm sorry, the Badlands Vaquero. So Badlands with some structural differences as far as strength and weight differences, and with the Rotax 916 IS on the front of it, and now canards that we didn't have 2 weeks ago, and then of course
so crazy.
Steve Henry and the Highland.
Oh wow! So that's going to be even shorter, I think.
Yeah. Steve Henry and the Highland XL.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like it's the difference between how do you approach that. You've got three totally different approaches to the same problem, right? So we used to talk about Hal Stockman as like the Lotus, right? Like Lotus, the car manufacturer, right? Like lightness, adding lightness versus power. He was adding power for sure, but still staying in like that Rotax regime. You've got Dan Reynolds. I mean, just a super high lift wing. Look at all that wing and all the lift. And he's got some juice in there for sure on that Rotax.
Ooh.
Nice. Dropping it down, getting it stopped there. He's got the pusher prop, which is a different set of requirements. Dan's playing with the slats and the high lift wing really start to excel when he's got wind over the nose. We've seen him land shorter than his airplane is long, which is bonkers. A little over 10 feet in Swamp STOL a few years ago. So that, I mean, that's that thing. And then you've got Steve Henry, who's, I mean, make no mistake, he is also making a very light and technically proficient airplane from the engine back, from firewall back. But firewall forward, I mean, this thing is a fire breather, right? Like, it's so much power in addition to all the other things. So you've got three different competitors. They're all highly competitive.
Yeah.
And they're approaching it differently. Speaking of competitive, here's Stockman. Ooh. Maybe right on the line. We'll see if that's another scratch for Hal Stockman. He, by the way, almost halved his takeoff distance with 51 feet on that last practice run. Steve Henry off in the distance, settling in nice and low. His last takeoff of practice here at Oregon Trail STOL 300, no way, 30 feet. So shaved a foot off. And look at him settle in now. And we were talking all day about how you use the power. This guy's putting on a clinic on that right now. Good over the line, gave up a little bit of distance, stopping just around 100 feet. He could easily, with some accuracy, Cam, shave that down by, 25 feet?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So Hal Stockman and Steve Henry now have 2 runs in the books. Dan Reynolds going for his second now. Sub 100 feet for him. Do you have a favorite?
Man, I'm such a big fan of the BLT. I mean, doesn't matter who's flying it. I just like that aircraft. So Hal is going to be my current favorite right now.
He's certainly like the weirdest looking. Well, is it the weirdest one or is Dan's the weirdest one? I don't know.
I guess technically Dan's is the weirdest one with the pusher prop.
So this is an interesting lesson. Hal was reminding us yesterday. I got to look at the plane. You got the canard on the very front of the airplane, the little stubby wings. Those add lift.
Yeah.
Then you've got the main wing, which obviously creates lift. And the tail, whew, dude, he's getting short. The tail is actually not providing lift. I think people think a lot of times that the tail is also providing lift. It's actually providing the opposite. It's providing downforce to counteract the lift and help you balance things. The canard on the front is pushing that tail lower. It's actually helping him get more angle of attack. He said I'll say in a second, let's be quiet for this. Nuts. Bonkers. Crazy. Those canards pushed the tail down on Hal's plane. There's nothing else to say about Steve. It was nuts. That was crazy. A lot of competitors put weights on their tail, 15, 20 pounds. Well, he can add 7 pounds of canard on the front and get way more than that in downforce on the tail by adding the lift. It's called physics, friends. Okay. Sorry, I'm nerding out, Cam. Here comes Dan Reynolds.
Nerding. Ooh.
Plopping it in.
Yeah, barely gave up anything. Probably 12 feet or so. But I didn't even see where he stopped, honestly.
It was short, 89 feet. So he's at 170. So, I mean, look at how tight these 3 competitors are right now. Steve Henry up in front with a combined score of 141. Hal Stockman at 197 and Dan Reynolds at 170. What's interesting is Tim Shellhorn in practice is in second place in that crazy thing he made.
Yeah, you can see the American flag. There's barely any wind happening right now with Hal Stockman.
Oh, another scratch in practice for Hal Stockman. What's crazy about that canard, too, is it's got a little jack screw on the inside of the cockpit. He can very slowly change its angle of incidence.
Okay.
So that's the next thing you're going to see throughout the season is Hal's going to be dialing that in. Like exactly like where should it be? Where should that control surface live?
Yeah, so with the canard, with other aircraft that we've seen canards get applied to, we've seen like 30% taken off of their takeoff roll and landing. So
a worthwhile mod. Here's Steve Henry hanging it out. Oh, a little short, I think, for Steve Henry. Just slamming on those brakes, dragging it in.
This is going to be like 103, 104 feet on that landing, but
yeah, so between these two, between Steve Henry and Dan Reynolds, right, Steve Henry can usually take Dan on the takeoff, no problem.
Yep.
But with the right conditions, Dan can outland distance-wise Steve any day. It's all about trade-offs. Right around 125 feet for Dan Reynolds. It's Let's look at Steve Henry's numbers here. His shortest was his last. Look at that. 144, 141, and 139 on that final run. With no wind, those are bonkers numbers to begin with. But with no wind, those are bonkers numbers.
Heading to the chat for a second. We got Dennis Rowe saying, great to see Hal and Steve back out there. Hello to everyone from the Hee Haw crew in Western PA. We'll see Dennis at Appalachian Mountain.
Yeah.
Competing in Hee Haw.
With his RGB lights on his struts. Among other things he's done to that airplane. That is not the coolest thing. Anyway, Dan Reynolds going around the pattern there. I want to talk about two of our sponsors while we get ready for the end of the heated practice. We may do open practice depending on if any pilots want to. I want to talk about Tundra Tailwheel. I heard Race Control joking that maybe Jody Card needs a Tundra Tailwheel. If you're fed up with tailwheel shimmy, looking for a sleeker design with the added security of a locking tailwheel, they're proudly made in America. Tundra Tailwheels deliver exactly what you need. You can see it on the back of Steve Henry's airplane. He's got a Tundra Tailwheel hanging out there. Join the ranks of countless STOL champions who trust Tundra Tailwheels. Now compatible with Leaf Spring, T3, Acme Arrow, and TK1. Here comes Dan Reynolds. Nice. Good over the line. Hanging on for dear life. There we go. Bouncing down the runway. He's not afraid to drop it in on those gear.
Yeah, I don't think he was happy with that landing. He did not stop.
Yeah, he was not pleased. But he just hoping for better conditions. Check out Tundra Tailwheel, by the way, tundratailwheel.com. And then we also need to talk about our friends over at Behringer Aero. The red wheels.
The red wheels and brakes. But are also not red. You can buy them in black and I believe gray is what I've seen on some of our other competitors.
So Behringer Aero manufacturing wheels and brakes in the same spirit of quality and performance for 30 years. We are not done yet, folks. We're just finishing up what we are calling the heated sections of practice, right? So what we've done first, the first half of the day here, is we have all the pilots run in the order that they're anticipated to run in tomorrow. That helps us make sure that tomorrow things are seamless and smooth. Now, if pilots want to, we can shift into open practice. The runway remains open, and anyone can run out and get some more takeoffs and landings in. So that's Behringer. We really appreciate their support. Legendary product. So again, from here we're going to move into open practice. Other fun things happening this weekend. We're going to be flying out to a ranch for dinner tonight. That's going to be pretty fun for the competitors. And then tomorrow morning, before competition starts, the Ontario Speedway next door will be holding the Big Nasty Obstacle Adventure Race.
Yeah, get muddy.
It's a fun run with inflatable obstacles. They'll be happening next door, and then once they're done, we kick it off here.
With some short takeoff and landing, huh?
Yeah. They're going to be short taking off and landing off those obstacles and probably breaking a limb or two, and we're going to be short taking off with some airplanes and maybe breaking a tail wheel or two.
Yeah. You said it. These are not landings for comfort. All right, looks like we're getting some pilots walking off towards their airplanes. Maybe getting ready to do some open practice.
So, Cam, talk to me about what you're expecting now. Now that you've seen the first bit of practice today, you know, tomorrow we've got different conditions. It's going to be hotter, hopefully a little windier. But where are you, in terms of the heats, you know, anything standing out as something that you are excited for or we should watch for?
I think Tim. I think Tim is going to be someone to look out for.
Tim Shellhorn.
Shellhorn, yeah. I forgot about his aircraft, honestly. Like, I forgot about the air brake belly pod air brake deal. He's got awesome performance, as we've seen today. So, I mean, like, he's going to be someone to watch. Because of the heat, and I'm assuming the density altitude is going to be high tomorrow as well. Hal and Steve, like, it's going to be really close. Dan is there, but you can see that his airplane it's working for what we're used to. We're seeing his airplane working, but that higher density altitude where the airplane thinks it's performing at, where it's flying at, the guys that have the turbos are going to have an advantage, because they're going to have all that power available to them right then and there, and not having to worry about the heat and the humidity. We actually have low humidity, so it's really just going to be a factor of the heat and altitude.
So, pulling up the forecast right now for tomorrow. Near record highs forecast tomorrow. High of 99 degrees Fahrenheit. Right now, the winds in the first half of the day are forecast to be out of the south-southeast at 6 miles an hour. Fine. Tomorrow night, out of the northwest at 20 miles an hour. So the question for me is, and obviously we'll get the terminal forecast later today, that kind of show a little more about what happens tomorrow from an aviation side of things. But like looking at that broad forecast is like, well, when at 99 degrees and 6 miles an hour and 63 degrees and 20 miles an hour, where does competition hit?
Yeah.
Right? It's definitely going to be hot no matter what. But like, where's the wind going to be hitting, and how is it going to be affecting things?
We have a full-fledged dust devil across the runway.
Holy cow, it looks like a mini tornado.
Yeah, it was.
That thing is howling. Look at that.
And I could like from here, I could see the heat. Like I could see the heat distortion, like swirling with it. It's pretty cool.
That thing's coming. Is it coming at us?
Looks like it's coming towards us.
It's doing a thing. Look at that thing.
Yeah, we are gonna. Oh yeah, if you're out there near that lift tent, hold on to it.
We'll see if it comes all the way over here. It feels like it is.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm excited and scared a little bit.
Yeah, this is very interesting because where I'm from, like in central Arkansas, where we can tell like you're going to experience some like a burble or something like that is by looking at where the buzzards are flying. If you're taking off on the runway and the buzzards are circling the runway, you're gonna hit a burble. You're gonna hit some hot air. And it's gonna rock you a little bit. But out here, it seems you just avoid the dust devils.
The anticipation is killing me.
It looks like it's dissipated.
Yeah, it dissipated over the runway. Maybe we'll see.
But that was cool. I mean, it was the biggest one that I've seen here so far.
Yeah, that was pretty. In Wisconsin, we don't have that. We just have full-fledged tornadoes.
Yeah, same in Arkansas. You just find where the thermals are at if you wanna ride the thermals.
Okay, so we got some competitors now coming in for open practice here in Ontario, Oregon. If you're just joining us, we are at Oregon Trail STOL this weekend, right on the banks of the Snake River, literally on the border between Oregon and Idaho. We went to some hot springs last night. The production crew went to some hot springs last night. We were in and out of those two states like 3 or 4 times. Like it was like, oh, hey guys, we're in Idaho. Oh, hey guys, we're in Oregon. Oh, hey, we're in Idaho again.
That's been our thing for the past couple competitions, right? We did that with Pony Express.
That's true. Green flag for the next section of practice here. We got the Kit Fox rolling up. That's going to be Doug Tolbert from Idaho Falls. Taxiing up to the line there, getting ready to go in that Model 4.
Tail coming up slowly. He's going to slam it down, try to use that lever action to get launched into the air. It didn't work out for him.
Help me understand what you mean by lever action.
So, tail is up, or the tail has come up, and you pull back on the stick and that tail wheel hits the ground. It's going to throw you into the air, almost like a spring, almost like a lever.
Can't do that in this airplane.
No. But what's lucky for them is that fuselage is meant to fly, and it's meant to have an extreme angle of attack on takeoff, which will allow you to have substantially shorter takeoffs than a traditional nose wheel aircraft.
Combined with the slats on the front, keeping everything connected.
Those help too.
Super Cub Ryan. That's his new name, is Super Cub Ryan.
Super Cub Ryan. Super Aero Ryan, Super Cub Ryan.
Ryan Melenda is on the roll here in open practice, trying for that same maneuver. So if I'm to summarize back to you, Cam, what's happening, and I've heard that this has actually been studied by some STOL pilots and some Bush pilots, is that we're not just getting angle of attack on the wing to get us in the air. If you pull back aggressively enough, you're actually providing a counteracting force to help spring the airplane into the air.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Physics, it's a real thing.
I want to see some wind tunnel studies, on what we're doing.
This is interesting that you mentioned that, because my understanding is that Corey Robin and his crew did, the Flying Cowboys dudes did this.
Okay.
Went out. I don't think they did it in a wind tunnel, but they did do some analysis of what that could do and how it could help.
Yeah, because,
Doug Tolbert coming in hot. Oh, he's got a lot of speed to dissipate there.
For traditional short field takeoff, we've got the stick buried, pulling it back, throttle, there's no wheel, there's no presenting the leading edge of the wing into the wind at all. It's just pulling from that 3-point stance. So to see people bring the tail up and not slam it, not go for the lever action, or just, initially bring the tail up, I always wonder what the point of that is. I understand it conceptually, but when you know that a short field takeoff, you're going to have the stick buried in the first place.
Jeff Vallon down and keeping it straight in the zenith.
It was hard on those brakes. They were shimmering pretty hard.
Decided he doesn't need a score on that one and decided to go flying again.
Okay.
All right. It's interesting that the difference is in feet, right? Without being flippant about it, the difference between the two is just how short can you get off. And for most of us who aren't landing in aggressive backcountry places, we don't that difference in feet and mechanical wear. We're not in a competition, right? We don't need that extra juice to get us off a few feet shorter. The last time I flew a high-powered Cub type, I just kept the stick buried. Very smooth landing. See, I knew I liked that guy. He's got a good name.
He came by to say hi to you in the booth.
It did, yeah. It was great to meet him. Flying one of those high-power Cub types, a Legend Cub or a Carbon Cub, you keep the stick full back, you pull full power. If you're someone like you and I, we fly the more low-powered tail draggers. You know, I'll bring the tail up in the J3 just for the pure fact that it doesn't want to, I want to speed up. You don't have to do that in one of these other airplanes. You can just keep the stick buried, like you mentioned, and just full throttle it and take off. And the last time I did that, the person who was with me, the instructor with me, was like, "Hey, bud, you got to get that nose down." I was like, "What?" He's like, "We're already flying, dude." Not used to that. Looks like Jughead Council and Jeff Whiteley like walking off on a little walkabout thing, or maybe they're just taxiing back. We'll see if they're going to depart or just fueling up. And hearing from race control, it's funny. I didn't notice it because we've had nil wind all day, but look what the flags are doing now, Cam.
Yeah.
They're blowing the wrong way.
Okay.
After all of that, complaining about no wind, we got some wind, and they're coming in from the tailwind direction, and that's not the most fun. That's going to make your landing distance longer, and on tailway airplanes, it's going to make it harder to control. Yeah. Dropping it in now for Jeff Vallon. He's going to roll it out, I think, because of the tailwind. It will push you further. It's not really worth fighting it in a practice situation. And it sounds like race controls in my ear that we may be looking at a runway flip now for open practice.
I think so.
Looks like some aircraft shutting down here. So, yep, we are going to go to commercial now as we flip this runway for us. We'll be back right after this with some more practice for Oregon Trail STOL 2025.
All right, we're getting packed up here. We're at the hangar. And the Scout packed up for the Lone Star STOL, and this is going to be a handful of things you're going to need. It's not much. These are some of the basic essentials you're going to need for a STOL competition, or if you're just coming to hang out and watch the STOL. We got, honestly, just a feed tub of random stuff, flashlights, extra tie downs. We got fuel bladders, which are Jeff Daly's. He's probably going to want those back. We use those to drain some fuel to drop some weight. Lawn chair, another one of Jeff Daly's. He's gonna want that back too, but yeah, then you got your bag, extra clothes, tie downs. You gotta have a sweet edition Cowie hat. It's just how I roll. A tent, Mexican blankets, and some pads. And that's really all you really need to do to go to one of these things. It's that simple. The Cowie Scott Sweet Edition hat was it's a company based out of south of Lincoln. My buddy started it. He was a bull rider, and I started wearing his stuff. And this hat in particular was one that no one wanted. It was they labeled it limited edition because they couldn't sell it. It's brown and white. And I started wearing it to every show, and it just kind of it just snowballed. Everybody started wanting one. So I gave my buddy a hard time. I said, "Man, you ought to call it the Sweet Edition." So one day he messages me and says, "Hey man, I made it into the Sweet Edition. I hope you don't mind. I put your last name on the side of it." And of course I didn't care. It's his company, and voila, we have the Sweet Edition Cowie hat. That's how it all started. To get on Cowie and get yourself one of these Cowie Sweet Edition hats, it's gonna help you compete. It's gonna be the best thing you ever did. Hey everybody, Scott Sleep from Hyannis, Nebraska, and I fly Bronca Scout and National STOL.
Justin is putting down improving scores every time, and he's dedicating himself to the sport this year, from my understanding, and that's exciting to see. You want a really relatable story, start following some of these rookies now at the start of the season and see what they do through the end.
Yeah, I've really only been able to practice for about 5 months in the airplane that I built. And so the Xena 750, it's a hand-built airplane that they sell. It comes match hole drilled, and you get all the pieces, like a big Lego kit. Yeah, a lot of people know I fly an auto conversion, and so I have a Honda 1.5-inch engine for Viking aircraft engines. It's different, you know, I don't run on avgas, I run on regular unleaded, and has a gearbox, all that stuff, and so it's been fun, and so I've been learning it. It's a little bit of a learning curve, but it's been awesome. Aviation gives you a family. When you come into this world, you have a family, right? For me, aviation has kind of been my pickup family. You know, I don't have a lot of family still out there, and so the first event that I came to, they took me in, started talking to me like I'd known them for years. And what I've noticed is that's just how aviation is in general. Everyone struggled somewhere in their life to get into aviation. You didn't have enough money, you didn't have the training. And so I want people to know that, man, I did it. You can do it. I don't care about first place, third place. I want that most improved. I know it sounds silly, but for me that means, man, we've got something that I'm gonna wear around with pride and just say, look, man, I was there. I know you're scared to maybe get out here and compete, get there, because you never know where you're gonna be. My name is Justin Tisdale. I'm flying a Xena 750, flying in the Spark class.
And we're back in Ontario, Oregon at Oregon Trail STOL, National STOL, sorry. It's been a long day.
Here's the honest truth, folks. Cam and I both just got some birthday cake because it is one of the owners of the series, Tom Wolfe. It's his birthday. And so we got some cake. I'm sorry that we couldn't bring enough for everybody. But we're in like the cake coma.
Yes.
We're on screen talking about how much cake we ate.
Frosting. Like it was not too much.
That was a good cake. A little pick me up.
Mm-hmm. All right. So
we got one of the Holmans on the line now. Either Derek or Rick.
Yeah, right. This is Rick. Which right now the winds, it's funny.
We just switched the runway and now the winds are
either they've switched or they're just not happening at all.
Windstock looks dead. While we get ready for him to depart, going to go to the chat. Squawk VFR asking, is Hal in the new plane? Yes. The newly rebuilt Lawnmower 4.1 with the canard on the front, which is new since 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Insane. I would not expect them to put that on it this quick.
So what he told me yesterday, and you can see him taxing out, Hal's going to do more work in open practice now. He pre-built all the fittings.
Okay.
And the maul on the roll, dropping the flats. And there she goes.
Yeah.
Finally off the ground there. So yeah, with Hal, the fittings inside the fuselage were all part. He's been thinking this the whole time.
Okay.
Just finally added them exterior-wise. They can come off and on pretty easily, I guess.
That's cool.
Lil Rabbit hopping off the grass.
Mr. Jeff with the cool blue cowling.
And Hal Stockman now. Wait, now are the canards off?
I don't see canards.
I feel like he popped them off. You can see the holes where they were, right behind the engine.
Okay, yeah.
So this is, I don't want to call it that formally because I don't think Hal would like me to say it that way, Maybe we're seeing a little bit of flight test happening, right?
Yeah.
In these conditions with these winds,
Do you need them?
do I need them or don't I? I mean, you see Steve Henry do that as well. You'll see him put various things on the airplane and then remove them.
Yep.
Wheel changes, things like that. Here goes Ryan. We didn't reset the distance markers, so I was about to say he's off at about 100 feet, and that is not accurate. Here comes Doug Tolbert.
So it's looking like maybe the line is around 300 feet. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to do math. It's not gonna be fun. All right, so it looks like somewhere around 270-ish feet. Judges are talking amongst themselves. All right, we'll wait for our pilots to get back to final. And got Rick on short final in the nose wheel mall.
Ooh, digging the tail in a little bit there.
Gonna scratch it. But this is just open practice. There's no weighted scores or anything of that fashion going on. Pilots are just getting everything dialed in before din when we all fly out.
You know, it's occurring to me, Cam, that you and I need either a ride or a flight out there.
Yeah.
We could race. We could do like Top Gear. Like maybe one of us can take a plane, one of us can take a car.
Would that be Top Gear or would that be like The Amazing Race?
Oh, yeah. Oh, dropping it in. Working those leaf springs. Those aluminum gear. Just going to bring it over here out to the... Yep, we're just done. Sorry. Okay, so no score on that one for Jeff Vallon. And this right here, this moment right here, and I've been announcing National STOL for 4 years.
Yeah, let's go.
5 years?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't announce it in 2020, but 2021 season I was in.
Okay, yeah. So
it's my favorite thing to watch, is when the planes are just so stable coming in, just hovering in. Look at this, Hal Stockman.
Yeah.
Getting it figured out. Man, look at everything he's done with that airplane. He's got the VGs on the top of the wing. Those are vortex generators. They're little chunks of either plastic or metal, depending on the airplane.
Yep.
That literally, I mean, it kind of like it's creating a little dust devil on top of the wing.
Yep.
Sort of.
Trying to keep it stuck to the wing. Trying to keep the air stuck to the wing as long as possible.
Really working the throttle.
That was super smooth from Ryan.
You know, I think one of the important things is like we see this and we watch this, you know, once a month, twice a month, 3 times a month, depending what part of the season we're in. And it looks like this is what normal looks like to us, right? Watching these airplanes come in and land this short.
Yeah.
But like I can't do anything this short in my plane.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I would get into the champ and be highly disappointed if someone was to measure my distances.
So one thing I'm noticing with Doug Tolbert, right, is that was a really stable, well landed landing. Kit Fox 4, I feel like we've said this before, it always feels like they come in a little hot. You can't get quite as slow. You got to dissipate all that energy. And so that's the next step for him. And the rookie class is trying to dissipate all that energy. We also got a little bit of a pilot report, if you will, from Hal Stockman over the Airboss channel. And he mentioned that there's an airborne tailwind right now.
Ooh.
So up above the ground, we do have a bit of a tailwind pushing them. So complicated winds right now. Not what you'd normally expect.
Roger Sill from STOL Drag texted me saying that he wished he could be here.
Oh, Roger.
Yes, sir.
Where's my text? Roger. I wish you were here too, buddy. He was just up at Valdez.
Yeah, him and Steve Thompson.
Doing some Valdez things. It's pretty cool.
And then we were all at Sun and Fun just a month ago.
Here we go. We've got the Maul on the roll, digging that tail end on the landing. Let's see what he does. Ooh, a little bit. Not afraid of it now. Getting that tail nice and deep. Jeff Fallon from California. We got a couple California pilots this time around. We got folks from San Diego. He's from the Bay Area. 200 hours on this airplane so far this year. Ooh, digging it in as well. Too early. Yeah, you were on for the ride. It was like Cam was on a roller coaster.
Yeah. I mean, it's like when he pulled back, I guess it was aggressive enough to where he lost throttle control. Like I could hear him pull back on the throttle as well.
Hal Stockman in the Vaquero. Bringing that tail up, taking a bite out of crime. There she goes.
And we can hear that turbo spooling as he passes the booth.
I think this year, especially with some of the stuff we've heard about with supply chain, with the more traditional aircraft engines, just wait times.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see a lot more engines like Hal's, the Rotax engines there.
Yeah.
Little early of a pull for Ryan. He's got to pull just a little bit later, and he'd probably get off shorter.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool to see some Rotax-powered aircraft that usually don't have them.
Well, our friends at Legend Aircraft have the Legend Nomad now.
Yeah, that's cool. And then the Vaquero. And then Cup Crafters UL.
Right around 100 feet is what the judges are saying on that one for Doug Tolbert. And he is off into the traffic pattern while our Maul, flown by Mr. Holman, settles down into the pocket there. Now we're down in ground effect, getting a little bit of that efficiency from the ground. The wing flies a little bit better about this height. If nothing else, that's super epic looking.
Yeah. Drop it in.
Ooh, maybe you think it was too soon.
Dang, yeah.
Cut the throttle just a little bit too soon. That's kind of textbook, though, with what we're trying to do there. And that's, you see pilots like Steve Henry do it in their highly kitted out aircraft, but to have a Maul come in and just tickle the tulips like that and then pull the throttle at exactly the right time to try to drop in it's pretty good flying.
Yeah.
Jeff Vallon Working those slats. Nose super high. Dropped out from underneath him there.
That might be a scratch. The parallax is getting me right now.
And then high into your left, Hal Stockman coming in.
No canards installed at the moment. All right, race control informing us of a question in the chat for our current density altitude. That's going to be 4,281 feet.
Ooh, well done, Hal, on that one. Very good over the line.
If you want the altimeter setting. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Pull the flaps up right away too. Is very
He's not
very
a dork.
expert.
He's not going to taxi with his flaps down.
Sorry, you were saying about density altitude, 4,281?
4,200, yep, 81. Altimeter 3017. Some good memory recall.
Ooh, right on the line for Ryan as well. Everyone's working that accuracy moment right now, trying to figure out how to get super precise with the sight picture as they come into land. So our field elevation here in Ontario, Oregon is 2,193.3 feet. So it's basically like the runway's twice as high.
Yeah.
Is how the airplanes are performing. Here comes Doug Tolbert now. Smoothly applied.
Mm-hmm.
Buttered the bread. Shaved the legs. Skimmed the top. So it's hard to totally know because Hal has totally different wind conditions than he did before.
Yeah.
But so far, his takeoffs with the canards have been significantly shorter than the takeoffs without.
Okay.
But again, what's the wind doing compared to then? I don't have the like run by run METAR.
Got some FOD out there. One of our distance markers is rolled into the taxiway. Pilots are aware of it, so they are working their ways around it, while one of our cameramen grabs it. Nose wheel maul on the go.
Very cleanly pulled. Here comes the Mall turning base to final with one of the Holmans at the controls. Love to talk to Derek Holman more about what it's like to learn from some of the STOL greats, Kyle Bushman and Jeff Whiteley. And I also want to learn a little bit more about how he got called the Tricycle Tornado.
Keeping it just above the grass.
Ooh, did we do it?
Wow, I couldn't tell. It looked excellent. I don't guess we are actually getting numbers. Oh, we are getting numbers?
Yep, numbers starting to come in right now, so...
Right. We'll see if that was a good landing or not. Low Rabbit on short final. High angle attack. Nice landing. Textbook Zenith landing.
And watching that again, going back to the idea of accessibility, right? Like if you're looking to fly, you know, an airplane like that, cheap to run, you got to put in some elbow grease to build it.
Yeah.
But you're going to be able to fly around the country at 10 miles an hour. But you're going to be able to do whatever you want with it, right? Like that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that is very true.
Here comes Hal Stockman now. He's got those flaps set, settling down, easing it down now, shifting to the round out. Ooh. Oh, man, right on the line as again. Wondering what that's going to be for him. His fourth run today was a scratch. Fifth one came in at 307. And looking for scores right now on his sixth. Looks like the takeoff distance was significantly shorter. Here comes Ryan now. Well,
Seemed to plop it in. Might have been a scratch.
looked short to me.
Mm-hmm.
And Doug Tolbert coming in the Little Kit Fox. So let's watch and see if he does anything different here. It's really about speed control for him. I feel like any bit of speed he can knock off right now would help him slow down in a few minutes here, seconds. So gave up about 100 feet before touching down there. Now he's got to dissipate that energy again. That is something that is hard for the Kit Fox Model 4s, right? It's just a different situation for them in terms of the amount of lift they have going on and the way the wing behaves.
Jeff Valen taxiing past us in Little Rabbit, followed by Hal Stockman in Lawnmower 4.1. Looks like Jeff's going to take another go at it. I was just noticing his N number. Kind of reminiscent of another friend that we have named Jeff.
Mm-hmm. Get all that dust coming off of Doug Tolbert's tail wheel. It is pretty amazing how quickly this dirt taxiway that we have here is drying out. We've dumped thousands of gallons of water on it, right? Like, and it's still getting pretty dry.
Little Rabbit leaping off the runway, sub 250 on that takeoff. What I was saying is in number reminds me of Jeff Daly's.
Yes, talking about Warhorse.
Yep. Jeff Vallon is Tree 65 Bravo Delta, and Jeff Daly is Tree 65 Bravo Sierra. Jeff Vallon on downwind right now. Only aircraft flying at the moment.
So I want to talk a little bit about the way this aircraft type, you see the slats on a lot of different airplanes that are out here right now. You know, almost all the super competitive ones have slats.
Yep.
The Badlands, for instance, don't. Right? Hal's not running slats, but many people are. When the wing is at high angle of attack, that means that the angle that the apparent wind is hitting the wing is high. The stagnation point is actually on the bottom surface of the wing, and that will, some slats are even spring loaded, right? So those slats will get pushed open if they're spring loaded. What that does, if you have a fixed flat or a spring loaded slat that pushes itself open, that higher pressure air that flows from the underside of the wing's leading edge through the slat and into the air moving over the top of the wing, and that's actually what adds energy and lift. And what's crazy is you've seen slats every time you fly commercial, right? They're pilot controlled on a airline, but they even use slats on the BF-109.
Yeah, that's super cool.
So watch now, it'll allow him to get the nose way high. And he maybe waited a little bit to activate that, right? To activate that round out.
Yeah.
But as soon as he did, it was done flying. So I don't know if I can really provide any concrete coaching. So slats on an airliner are a different kind of thing, right? They're hydraulically actuated or electrical. And you see them pop out or, you know, crawl out during takeoff and landing. And that gives the wing more camber, increasing lift, as well as, you know, the air passing through it like we see on these. So kind of a really interesting thing. If airliners didn't have slats, I don't know if you like, a lot of them wouldn't get off the ground. Like, it's like necessary for airliner operation.
Yeah.
For us, it just allows the pilots to get that nose super high, keep the wind flowing over the wing, and for it to slow down even more. And we may be this exciting. We've got the Badlands Traveler that was previously piloted by Jody Card coming out to practice. It's either Jody or Jared Garetson at the controls. Remember, Jared Garetson's going to fly this airplane in the Unlimited class. But most notably, it's got a repaired tailwheel, and it sounds like it's Jared. So Jared is going to be competing in the Unlimited class tomorrow, and it's going to be his first few landings on this turf runway here in Ontario for practice. Who else do we have coming out to play? We've got the other Zenith.
And Jeffro, Mr. Jeff Whiteley.
Yeah, so we've got Chris Serrani in the other Zenith, in the white-nosed one. And then Jeff Whiteley behind him in the Beast. Seems like Jared wasn't watching the stream. Didn't realize that we switched the runway direction. Thought he was going to be maybe departing to the north there, so he's going to back taxi to the line. And if you're just joining us, we're in the middle of open practice here at Ontario, Oregon's Oregon Trail STOL. Competition tomorrow is going to be hot. 99 degrees Fahrenheit is in the forecast.
I mean, I like that weather. Most of these airplanes don't.
I want to be real honest, is that I do not like that weather. And so while we're in open practice right now, I want to mention to folks that tomorrow competition kicks off at 10:45 Mountain Time. And we'll be live on YouTube, Facebook, and simulcast on Live Airshow TV.
So in the STOL WhatsApp chat that we have for all the pilots and staff, Jody Card is sending us photos of his sheared bolt. And it is definitely sheared. Like, the threads are smooth in places and not thread-like at all. So
that would explain the failure.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, it's been replaced. We got Jared flying the same aircraft right now as our judges get lined up.
One of the things about Jody Card's airplane here that Jared Garetson's flying is that look at how aggressively they've configured it in standard landing configuration. Just blowing those distance markers away, and he's off. This plane is insane. It's bigger and heavier than the other limited class planes by a lot. And what part of the way they try to offset that is by giving it that huge angle of attack just at rest, right? So you've got the tail way down low, and those big gear and giant tires all give you more lift over the wing on that takeoff roll. Chris Serrani on the line now, trying to take a page out of Jared's book there with the cheating, as it were, to the right side of the runway. And the reason for that is we've got a crosswind from the left, even if it is quite light. And so taking a little bit of a rightward position on the runway is going to allow them to turn into the wind, what little there is, and get off the ground shorter. Full throttle for Chris Serrani. Very big bite of air there as he got the nose super high and off into the sky. Jeff Whiteley's back to play.
And the beast.
A lot more power in this airplane. Rolling down the runway, tail coming up. Easing it back down. Not quite ready when he pulled it, but still was able to get off. And here comes the maul. Now the question is, did they switch pilots? Is it father or is it son?
All right, race control telling us it's no longer Rick. Nose coming up. So that means that it is Derek at the controls.
The tricycle tornado. Here comes Jared Garetson, low over the dirt. Check out the bolt on screen there for viewers at home. You can see what they were dealing with.
Jared ballooning just a little bit, but it was what he needed to get across the line. You know, like, I'm already jealous because he gets to manufacture, he gets to make the BLTs. And then he gets to fly them like this and come to the competitions. Growing a family, has an awesome family. And, like, not only that, but he comes into these competitions and doesn't matter if he's flying the Backcountry Boss or the Badlands Traveler or Rand's S7. He's performing. Like, he's just an excellent stick.
Yeah. He knows how to really do it. I mean, what's also insane about him is he doesn't ever do it in his plane. He just borrows planes from everybody.
Yeah.
Chris Serrani. Bringing it down low.
A little hot. And that's going to be a scratch.
Getting a little shimmy out of that braking.
But I don't know if you can feel, but he's got a tailwind. He's got a left quartering tailwind because we're getting hit in the booth right now with that wind. And you can see the flags out where they are, out where the judges are. Like, yeah. So Chris is going to be a little fast.
Jeff Whiteley's doing the same thing with a little bit of a left quartering tailwind. See him working that. Ooh, right on the line, I think, for Jeff Whiteley. Now he's got to get it stopped. He's got a lot more airplane to stop than Chris.
Man. But
And
he did it in under 300 feet.
Yeah, under 300 feet, and then with that tailwind pushing him further.
Yeah.
And then on a tail dragger airplane,
Yeah.
it's also trying to send you for the weeds when you have a quartering tailwind like that. Got some traffic departing on the hard surface.
Yeah, this is flight school out here, or flight schools. I'm not very sure. They've been flying all day, every day that we've been out here.
Really nice takeoff there, whoever was at the controls. Here comes our maul. Down over the grass. Flaps deployed, easing into the round out. Going to kind of drop it in, it looks like. Giving up a couple 100 feet there.
And we got Jared Garetson taxiing in front of us. We are very sure he's going to put in at least 3 or 4 more goes. Interesting watching this dust swirl in front of the crowd.
About 40 minutes left of practice to go. Again, be sure to tune in tomorrow, 10:45 a.m. Mountain Time. We'll be broadcasting live, YouTube, Facebook, all the places that you consume your aviation content, including simulcasting on Live Airshow TV. Good old friends over there helping us bring STOL to the world. And what you're seeing right now is the kind of last little bit of open practice here in Ontario, Oregon. Kilo Oscar, November Oscar. You want to look it up on iFly EFB or another electronic sectional app. Jared Garetson now. Wrenching it off. There we go. Big tail movement, but a little too soon for the conditions, I think. And Jared Garrettson's been putting in good numbers so far. He's got one in the books with a tailwind. He's at a combined score of 190 feet. Steve Henry, by the way, still holding first for practice with a combined score of 139 feet. Chris Serrani, nothing to shake a stick at, currently in 10th with a combined score of 382. And Jeff Whiteley, combined score of 543 as his best so far.
Roseville Mall on the go. He's going to get off in sub 300 feet. Got our pilots working the pattern, coming back to us. We got Jared Garetson on final. Just tickling the grass, choosing the low and slow approach. He's going to chop the throttle and slam it. Not slam it, it's really a
That was a slam. You can call it a slam.
All right, it was.
He slammed it on down, chopped the power, chop and drop.
Chop, drop, and plop it.
That could be, we could write a song with that. That could be the new summer jam. So significantly longer for Jared on that takeoff. Again, could be due to the wind.
Yeah, it's light, but it is a tailwind that our pilots are dealing with right now.
Chris Serrani coming around the bend, base to final. Nice and lined up.
He's going to be just a little fast, but again, they are working with a tailwind.
Good over the line, though, I believe.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Now he's got to get to the braking action going, bind those wheels up, work those calipers.
Those wheels shaking under the pressure.
And Jeff Whiteley just hovering off in the distance there in an airplane that's like triple the size.
Oh, and that's going to be a scratch.
Too soon on the dirt for Jeff Whiteley. Gonna go check on the chat. Arrow Nut in the chat says, Tri-Gear Mall, blasphemy. and I want to point out Alaskan Strat in the chat had like a little journey of self-realization. Anyone know if Dan Reynolds is in the lineup? OMG, there he is. Valdez special, baby. So Dan Reynolds is a fan in the internet, on the internet right now. Here comes the Blasphemy Mall.
Speaking of Dan Reynolds, we can see him over here hanging out.
As the mall rattles and rolls its way past the booth here. And so open practice continues. Got about another 30 minutes on the clock before we have to shut things down for the day. Pilots going around getting some more work put in. And yeah, look at the fences that Chris Serrani's installed on the tail. You were mentioning that earlier, Cam.
Yeah. And that huge trim tab on the rudder.
I mean, when you're high angle of attack like that, you got to dump more rudder in with your feet. So
yeah,
I could see wanting to trim that out, make it a little more workable.
Yeah.
Particularly in slow flight operations. I feel like every time I fly my Cessna in slow flight, I'm like, going to come home with one leg that's bigger than the other. Say hi to everybody? We got a mic right there if you want. Seeing a little bit of a lineup change now in open practice. Zenith's going back to the barn, back to the pits. Over the frequency, just a mention of, hey, the tailwind thing that's going on. I think I've had enough practice. I'm going to call it. So now you've got two of the heavy hitters of STOL. You got the young blood, Jared Garetson, up in front, taxiing by right now, and then Jeff Whiteley behind him in the Beast, that highly modified Cessna.
Looks like they're switching.
Going to be switching back to a northbound departure.
Race control confirming that with us. They are going to go northbound.
And look, as we check this out, those flags. Was that even English? Sorry, the heat's getting to me a little bit here. Look at that as we check this out, those flags, everybody.
Yeah.
We do have some wind now, like coming in from the north. So particularly for Jared, who hasn't been practicing yet today, getting a few in with some wind on the nose would be really useful to him.
Yep. He will absolutely enjoy that.
And as soon as we get it switched, it'll probably switch back again. But
shout out to our line crew, cameramen.
Yeah,
our
we
bosses, everybody exposed to the sun. We're chilling.
We do. It is unfair. We've got some shade right now here in the broadcast trailer, but yeah, take a look out there, folks. If you see someone, if you're here at Oregon, give a high five or round of applause to all the volunteers that make National STOL happen. You can see them all cooking in the heat on the cameras, helping us move everything around, like Cam mentioned. It takes a village to put something like this on, for sure.
Does. Which is a good segue into if you enjoy what you're seeing, if you want to come be a part of it, come volunteer. Go to nationalstol.com, find a competition near you, and come volunteer.
Yeah, we'd love to have you. We're coming in. Come check us out. Can't promise an airplane ride or anything like that, but you're going to get closer to STOL Aviation than you normally will be able to get. And it's just access to all the greats. And the community is so strong and wonderful. Speaking of strong and wonderful, Jared Garetson, look at that.
Woo!
Sub 100 feet. I think we're in the 90-foot range, give or take, for Jared Garetson on that one.
Yeah.
86 feet for Jared Garetson on that takeoff. Now, Jeff Whiteley. Plane is significantly heavier. That's a tough one for a single judge out there on the line to judge. You got the parallax. You got to look at a very specific blade of grass where the main wheels depart the ground and then run up and not lose sight of it and get a measurement.
Yeah.
So during competition tomorrow, I think you're going to see a lot more judges out there than there are during practice. Obviously, it's a labor of love out there in the heat and in the sun.
And you're also, on this particular runway, you're also dodging those piles of goat heads. They're the seeds of whatever the plants are out here, and they're like extremely spiny.
Oh.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's what hurt me last night.
Yes. Yeah, was it stuck in your sock?
Yeah, in my foot.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm a fragile Wisconsinite. It's called a goat head.
Yeah, they're called goat heads. Where I'm from, or close to where I'm from, they're called rock chaws, but they're just piles of them, like snow drifts of don't fall in these, don't touch them. And they're out there where the judges are, so they're having to avoid them. Here we go.
Ooh. This is why you stay tuned, folks. That was something else. Sub 70. I'm going to say sub, but they're going to say just over 75 feet. Dan Reynolds is getting in our shade of our broadcaster, and he poked his head around the corner and went, ooh. Yeah, dude, that was good. You're scoping out the competition for tomorrow. Yeah, that's what's going on today. Yeah. Jared's a good stick.
That's impressive. New kid in the block. Coming to kick some butt.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to repeat it on mic. So Dan Reynolds just said, that was impressive. He's the new kid on the block. He's coming to kick some butt. So that's nice acknowledgement and that's nice sportsmanship. Jeff Whiteley, good over the line, giving up about 25 feet, working those bigger tires.
Get it stopped nice and short. Sub 225, looking like 220, 219. Now, tomorrow's going to be exciting.
No, I hope we get some wind.
Yeah.
I really want some wind on the nose.
Jared Garetson taxing by us.
I mean, and look at how tall that airplane is. I think I was making jokes about it at Pony Express a little bit, right? Like, oh, it's standing tall.
Yeah.
Like, legit, though, like, it is, what, up to my stomach or chest height? Like the cockpit floor?
But, that's an advantage, right? Because the wing is already presented into the wing at whatever angle. I mean, a decent angle for a 3-point takeoff.
Nice. So he does have just a tiny bit of wind. Maybe the windsock's not showing anything here at the airport. Our feather flags are showing a little tiny bit of wind.
Jeff Whiteley getting pulled up to the line. Throw a tail up in the air and bring it back down. We'll watch it creep up slowly.
He had to work for that one.
Yeah. Off. Into the blue, Mr. Whiteley. Right now we have Jared Garetson, Jeff Whiteley in the pattern. for open practice at Oregon Trail STOL. Jared Garetson on final.
Ooh, hanging it out.
Yeah. I'll watch him just plop it in. That was really cool. You could see the fuselage like rise and fall. Those shocks are very awesome. How they work. And those tires. I mean, the tires are absorbing a lot of impact as well.
Just want to give credit where credit's due. Roger Sewell, who you were like, oh, he sent me a text, and I was like, where's my text? He was like on Facebook. If I had your phone number, I would say hi to you too. But then, if you know Roger and you know the STOL community, you know he's always wearing a cowboy hat. He sent me a cowboy hatted smiley face emoji. Very on brand, Roger. Very on brand. Dude,
Jeff Wiley throwing it down. Yeah. Right across the line. Great landing. And looks like it's going to be sub 225 or 225 right on the mark. I mean,
that is something else. I'm just sitting here looking at Jared Garetson taxing up, and we saw the greats practicing today, and Jared's coming out and just challenging, like straight up challenging. He is a excellent stick. He knows, and what's interesting is he keeps borrowing everyone's airplanes and then either beating them in those airplanes or winning with those airplanes. And I think he just has an he flies intuitively.
Yeah. He's just flying the wing.
No wind, sub 100-foot takeoff.
Yeah. I mean, this isn't his best work by any means. He's like not necessarily taking it easy, but
no, we've seen him be more aggressive.
Oh,
that is true. But it's also practice.
Yep.
So what's the number one thing you're excited for tomorrow, Cam?
I mean, I really liked seeing the Broussard. Like that was super cool. Being able to see it on YouTube and then see it in person is really awesome. But as far as the competition goes, I really want to see Hal throw down with the canards and see what they really do when like the pressure is on, like everything's on the line.
Yeah. We've got just, the story of innovation there is so strong. I'm always excited about seeing that.
Yep.
But then you've just got so much rebooting. The competitive spirit is alive and well, and especially in this young man. Look at him balance it on the prop. That's all power. Holding it with the lift. That was precise. Sub 50 feet. Oh, they're saying a little bit more than 50 feet. Excuse me.
I'll go with 57, 60 foot. As he back taxis.
He's just like, it is a one-man show right now, and I'm in. Jared Garetson now, second place in practice only to Steve Henry. His best combined score in practice now, 152 feet combined. Steve Henry at 139. So now we're in a place where if you're Jared Garetson, you're saying, you know what? I might be able to beat Steve Henry tomorrow. If Steve's landing long or taking off long.
Yeah.
He's got it dialed.
Yeah.
He's got it dialed in. Sub 75 feet. That's going to be his shortest takeoff yet.
Yeah, looks like 70 feet flat, maybe.
72.
All right.
72-foot takeoff for Jared Garetson.
Yeah, that's...
I want to put that in perspective now. Steve Henry dropping down the 30-footers, right? 31, 30, and 36 feet, respectively. But where it equalizes is Steve Henry's, now again, different conditions. It's not totally apples to apples, and we know that. But Steve Henry today, best landing was 103, and Jared Garetson just put in a 56-foot landing. Now, again, Steve Henry has a little bit of wind on the nose, or Dan Reynolds, or Levi, or Hal Stockman, then everything upsets the apple cart. But it is just an exciting thing to see. Look at him zipping around base to final there. Wings level now. Switching hover mode on right about now. There he is. Now he's going to keep that tail nice and low. He's going to use the power to hold him off the ground while everything generates lift for him. Holding it off. Oh, Jared.
Man.
He touched down 5 feet after the line. And we're sub 75 feet again. So now he will. Oh, boys and girls, it is close. Right now in practice, Steve Henry's best practice score, 139. Jared Garetson best practice score, 141. We're 2 feet apart. And I got to look up some stats here.
Some stats. Stat. He's going to stand it on the tail and go after it again. It's going to be his shortest takeoff yet. We're looking at 65 feet. 67 maybe.
And you could tell he really went for it there because the airplane started to settle back down, right? So it wasn't quite ready to fly out of ground effect. So he really was leveraging that. Here's the stat I wanted to pull for everybody. The empty weight difference in these two planes, it's like a really light Badlands Traveler, by the way. 120 pounds difference. Steve Henry's airplane has almost double the horsepower and is 120 pounds lighter.
Yeah. That's wild. Jared Garetson on left base final. Just bringing around the corner, getting settled in. Got a little bit of wind. I'm going to say it's 5 knots max. And he's flying this aircraft just like he flew the Backcountry Boss a couple of weeks ago in St. Joe.
Look at that. Just hovering.
Nice. Yeah.
Hovering. It's a helicopter.
Oh.
No, it's Jared.
I mean, seriously.
He went to Jared. So does that mean he's going to take first place in practice? I mean, it doesn't mean anything, but...
Well, we've ran out of numbers.
Oh, we ran out of spots on the scoreboard.
But that last...
Oh, wait. I think they made a new one for him. Yes, he is now in front of Steve. He is now in front of Steve Henry. He has clawed his way in through practice all the way to first place in practice with a combined score of 133 feet, 6 feet in front of what Steve Henry did combined. We have a fight on our hands tomorrow. Holy moly.
It's going to be a longer takeoff for him. Somewhere around the 83, 85 mark.
That, I mean, we have...
Oh, no, they're readjusting.
We have a fight. We have a fight on our hands tomorrow. It's like, I don't even know how I'm going to sleep tonight. How are you going to sleep tonight?
I don't know.
I'm not
It's
going
like-
to sleep. I'm
it's
going to
gonna
be
be-
freaking out
Yeah,
because you've got these 4 amazing pilots, these 4 amazing planes. What do you do with that?
It's like STOL Christmas.
Stole Christmas in May. That is something else. Jared Garetson now on the base leg. I don't know. Yeah, Katrina in the chat. Oh, the angle of attack was awesome. Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Jared Garetson. Base final, getting settled in. It happens very quick. Like once he comes around that corner, it's almost like instant stabilization. And he's just lumbering it, tickling the tips of the grass.
Listen to that application of power.
Yep, from where we are, we can hear him modulating it. It's all right.
Clean again. Not his shortest, but clean. You
No.
know, we haven't even talked about it, Cam, is like you see Garrett doing it very intentionally, right? He's low before the line, and then when he applies that burst of power to get him over the line, he gives it a little extra juice, it feels like, because if he can come in more vertically into the ground, right? If you can, for lack of a better term, plop it.
Yeah.
Right? We've talked about like chop and drop and plop. If you're plopping it in, the other thing that's happening is you're directing your energy into the ground instead of forward.
Yeah.
You're helping your brakes. You're giving your brakes a little bit of a break.
Break.
Didn't mean to do that.
Got some local traffic landing on the main strip. And one of our competitors crossing. And then we'll have Jared airborne momentarily.
Sitting at the line. Here we go. Ready to work it. So, a little bit longer again. I mean, this is also what's crazy. Think about the wind difference. It does seem like we have a little less wind.
Yep.
What a difference a few knots makes.
Yeah. I mean, we were at 5 knots just a little while ago and seeing some sub 75 foot takeoffs. And now we're inching closer to 100 feet with 0 wind.
It's just literally at a loss for words about what we're going to see tomorrow. Like, we're so lucky to see something so special tomorrow with all the flying that's happening. And Jared's going to watch this later, and his head's going to get real big, and he's like, wow, those guys love my flying. And we did. But I'm more than anything excited about seeing all 4 of them, and actually all of the competitors fly. Everyone improved today over the course of practice. So you're going to see something special tomorrow for sure, especially if we get a little bit of wind. Every ounce of wind helps.
Rinse and repeat, modulating the throttle. He's a little higher than usual, but that's perfect.
Ooh, working it hard that time, and look how short it was.
Oh, my goodness. That's going to be his shortest yet.
So his shortest landing thus far, 56 feet.
Okay, it's going to be close. Might be the same.
He's repositioning for another run. This will be the final lap of open practice here. Giving it the full throttle treatment, flaps down. Woo! That lever action physics science thing happened. He's in the air short. We don't have the landing number for the last one, but let's get the takeoff number for this one. He's already zipping around into crosswind.
80 feet.
80 feet. So his shortest
takeoff is what? Is it 63?
See a 63 in there. He's got a lot of runs. 63 was his shortest. That last landing was his, was it his shortest? Yes, by a foot. 55-foot landing.
55.
So he's got the pieces, right?
Yep.
Perfect practice makes perfect performance. Someone told me once.
Mm-hmm. Jared on base final.
Final lap of open practice here at Ontario, Oregon. We're up in the high desert for Oregon Trail STOL, and Cam, it has been a hot and long practice session, but it has been worth it.
I'm getting zapped right now.
Feeling it?
Yeah, I'm starting to feel it.
Jared Garetson's feeling it. Here he comes. Tail way down.
Ooh.
Nice. That, I don't know if you could ask to go out on a shorter, more perfect landing than that. I think he rolled a little bit further than he wanted to, but
yeah, that touchdown point was
on point.
Yeah.
Yes. The tail can touch before the line. That is no big deal. You can touch the tail before the line. It's just the main. So literally, if you can plant your tail wheel before the line and then use it to help push you into the ground even more, I think that's going to help you get a shorter landing distance. Folks, it has been a hot day. The competition's heating up. Cam, we had a great time out here, though.
Yes, sir.
We are going to be back with you tomorrow, 10:45 Mountain Time, for Oregon Trail STOL here in Ontario, Oregon. While we get ready to wrap up the broadcast, I want to say a big thanks to all the folks who are in the crowd here in Ontario in the heat all day. They were a great crowd. And a big thanks to all the volunteers. Like we said earlier, it takes a village to make something like this happen, Cam. And we had so much help out in the heat and in the dust. And so we're going to give those folks a well-deserved break. We're going to go get some dinner. We're going to see you tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. Mountain Time for Oregon Trail STOL. Any closing thoughts?
Let's go Hal. Let's go Hal.
He's rooting for Hal. I'm rooting for everybody. I can't wait to see how Unlimited shapes up, but there's going to be a lot of action tomorrow. Come check it out. Again, 10:45 Mountain tomorrow. We will see you then. Thank you so much for watching. Fly safe. Have a good night.